these guys that they are going to get scholarship and they will be catered everything. But Right Honorable Speaker, as we talk, when they reached there, some they found that actually the courses they were told they are not there. Right Honorable Speaker, as we speak, some people, some ladies are selling their bodies on the streets of Iran because they have nothing to do. So, Right Honorable Speaker, this matter is very important and it needs your urgent attention, and I wish to lay on table, yes, I wish to lay on table a letter from the Office of National Chairman of NRM, Chambogo, calling off some students to apply as they went to Iran. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, I wish even to lay an introductory letter that was given to students to go to Iran, to a university which is called Ablu Hajar. I don't know Arabic, the rest we can read, Right Honorable Speaker. So my prayer, Right Honorable Speaker.
The letter is from who and?
The letter is from the office of, it is Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it was written by Hajat Namiaro from the office of National Chairman.
From Minister of Foreign Affairs?
No. The letter was submitted to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and they received. So
prayer?
My prayer is, Right Honorable Speaker, we need the Minister of Foreign Affairs immediately to come and tell us the status and the plight of our children who are in Iran. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
He is seated right behind you, Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs. You can immediately address the concern.
Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the honorable members for the statement he has just made. He has touched on something I still find a little bit very difficult to believe. Prostitution in Iran. But that not being, I will, after this session, go back to office, track down all this communication, and in the course, hopefully by tomorrow, I can be able to make a substantive statement on the status of those students in Iran.
Thank you. Honorable Bwana Kasim,
Right Honorable Speaker, one of my relatives is a victim. He's a victim of that scheme. He was taken to Iran by the same office to study veterinary medicine. They reached in Iran and they got stranded. We have just evacuated him because he was stranded. He didn't even have transport back. This is a serious matter that must be investigated. Right Honorable.
Honorable, since it's your relative and you have clear details, can we have on record the names?
My relative is Paul Sentongo. He is a resident of Chira, in Chira municipality.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, if you need more details, you can cross-check with the member. Shadow Minister, you want to give information to your colleague?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm surprised that today the Minister of Foreign Affairs is present in the House.
Just give the information.
Okay? Right Honorable Speaker and members, our diplomatic representation with Iran is also still lacking. A while ago, the substantive ambassador passed away. And to date, the Minister of Foreign Affairs hasn't sent in a replacement, meaning that Uganda nationals who are there, and by whatever challenge they are undergoing or facing, no one is there to address it diplomatically. Equally, the Minister of Foreign Affairs has only appeared today. Now, this is a serious crisis in terms of diplomatic representation. The Minister should stand and tell us who is the substantive ambassador of Uganda to Iran. And without an answer, let him commit that the ministry will follow up and ensure that we normalize our diplomatic representation so that our nationals can be assisted. I beg to submit.
Honourable Minister, do you have an answer for that now?
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you very much, Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs. It is true, our substantive ambassador in Iran passed on. That is not the only station where we have that unique situation. We do have a similar situation in Kenya and 1 or 2 other stations. But what I can assure you is that this is a matter that we are discussing with the chief diplomat, who is none other than His Excellency, and we will be able to address it very soon indeed.
Thank you. Honourable Mr. Josephat.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I rise on a matter that touches on my people of Gangai South. Mr. Speaker, sir, way back in 2022, January, a survey was conducted by the Ministry of Energy in Kakumiro District and covered my constituency of Gangai South with an intention of extending power to my constituency. When I followed up the matter in the ministry, I discovered that the report was not highlighting any area in Gangai South. I was advised by a technical staff in the ministry that I could undertake to have another survey, which I did
Point of order. Point of order.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. I've risen on the point of order for my brother. I'm seeing the dress code is not proper, and I would like to know if this is parliamentary and is presenting a very pertinent issue on the floor of Parliament. Is the dress code in order, or is the Member of Parliament in order that he has to dress unparliamentary? Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you. You know, honourable colleagues, I had really raised the issue on these shirts. Several times I've raised it, but it remains a grey area. I think maybe we need, since we are reviewing the rules, we need to review the rules now properly. Okay? Because now, these shirts, how they came up to be known as African is under Mandela, presidential and... yes. Yes, I know. Honorable Segona, would you... Yes. Let's have one of our senior colleagues here.
I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly, interpretation of the rules and application of the rules is entirely your prerogative. My only issue is that when you're interpreting those rules, is that you fully address your mind to the rules and to the reason behind the requirement for proper dressing. This thing called African dress has been abused. There are those, in Africa, there are those cultures where people walk in with mini dresses, or even sometimes like this, almost naked. If you are not clear, Mr. Speaker, people will come here naked. That one has never been an African dress. In the rules, we do not have Mandela dress. We only have African dress. And the African dress is a traditional dress. Unless and until you advise me on where that dress
comes from in Africa as an African traditional dress. Mr. Speaker, it will remain what you have called the gray area, and there is no gray in the rules. The rules say if you're a man, you either put on a suit or an African dress. So which African dress is that?
So, honorable colleagues, I think let's put it this way, okay? I had even called the chairman and committee on rule. Because you see, sometimes when we are also interpreting these rules, the rules are made to fit in society, not society to fit in rules. I have made very strong sentiments. Honorable members, you yourselves coming to me and saying, why are you being so hard? Why are you this? We celebrate Africa with these shirts and all that, but now I can see the consensus. So I would like to give our member the last chance. That yes, please, members, the last chance that these shirts are no longer here, are no longer allowed here, but I'm also going to talk to the chairman, committee on rules, so that we become very, very, very clear on some of this, okay?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for your wise ruling for today and for saving my day. Mr. Speaker, I was continuing that when I went to the ministry and I was advised to carry on another survey.
Colleagues, let's listen to a colleague. The issue is raising concerns all of us.
I undertook another survey at my own cost of 6 million shillings. And I would wish, Mr. Speaker, to lay on table that a report was produced. Mr. Speaker, recently, the title of the report,
please.
This is a proposed power line for Gangai South constituency, Kakumiro district.
You're always attending the house. I told you to stop responding to voices which are not on record.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. On 2nd July 2024, this house was called back from recess to reconsider their preparation bill so that the areas which had been put out could be brought on board. Among the areas that were brought back on board was the extension of power to some areas including Gangai South. Mr. Speaker, I wish to lay on table the area which the Minister of Finance read on this floor, which says Northwest Service Territory for, among others, Gangai South and Kakumiro district. Mr. Speaker, I went back to the Ministry of Energy, and to my surprise, on the 16th of July, just recently, the minister, the PS, Minister of Energy, wrote to the Kakumiro district detailing Tetra Technical Services to undertake extension of power in the district, including Gangai South. Mr. Speaker, the copy of the letter, which was copied to me as a member of Parliament, is here with me, which I wish to lay. Mr. Speaker, to my dismay, I discovered that all the areas that are going to be done in the Kakumiro district, there is no single village in my constituency, Mr. Speaker. I went back to the ministry. They said, Honourable Member, don't mind, we shall consider you under the scale-up program. But in our saying, in Walok saying, that once you are bitten by a snake, you will have reason of fearing even a lizard. I asked the team to avail me a copy of the scale-up program. To my dismay, Mr. Speaker, of all the 48 load centers in Kakumiro district, not a single load center is in my constituency. I have a question to the Minister of Energy. Who has the powers in this country to vary anything in the budget that was passed on this floor of Parliament?
Thank you.
Not even the President, because he even referred back the thing to this House to consider. Mr. Speaker, that the contract that has been awarded to Tetra Technical Services to undertake extension of power in the district of Kakumiro should consider Gangai South as a matter of urgency.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable colleague. Government Chief Whip, I assign you that issue. Cause a meeting between the Minister for Energy and the Honorable colleague and ensure this is rectified. Because I don't see the Minister for Energy here.
Right Honorable Speaker, certainly it's a very important issue, but you recall yesterday the Minister of Energy was here and she pledged and promised next week to bring an updated report on the extension program of electricity. We shall request her to include the program for Kakumiru.
No, that was SCARE-up.
It's a part of it.
And for this one, it wasn't under SCARE-up. It's part of the money we budgeted. So if in the budget the Minister of Finance read areas for Bugangizi, Bugangizi South, who is varying the budget right away, before you could even take a little time. So let them go and reinstate the villages they had put in.
Mr. Speaker, most obliged. I request the Minister to do that.
Yeah. Otherwise, if we put it under under SCARE-up, it might be lost there. Honorable Asera Stephen Buhaguzi is? Oh, just Honorable, let him finish and then I allow your procedure matter, Honorable Nambish.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I raise on a matter of national importance in regard to the delayed salaries for staff of Kikuva District local government. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a very huge concern significantly on the delay of the payment of salaries for the staff of Kikuva District local government. Many staffs have not received their salaries since as far back as February 2024, while others have faced inconsistent payments, receiving salaries in some months but missing out in others. Those currently on the payroll have not received any salaries since June 2024. This delay has affected various employees, Right Honorable Speaker, some of whom have they were just unjustly removed from the payroll following a recent validation exercise, despite meeting the necessary requirements. This situation, Right Honorable Speaker, has led to severe challenges, including absenteeism of the members, and I'm afraid some have already developed domestic inconsistencies whereby they cannot even have the capacity of handling their responses domestically.
Honorable Stephen, this is a matter we extensively handled on Thursday, because it's not only your area.
Yes.
It's countrywide. And the minister, exactly the way you've stated your case, I think it was Hoima. Yes, it was Honorable Tommy Singoma from Hoima City. Patrick
Yes.
Singoma, who raised this matter exact as yours. It's countrywide,
yes,
and
sure.
the minister said they are handling.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. You had the procedure matter, Honorable? Huh? Yes, let's first be procedure, then I.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This correspondence that has generated the agrimony.
Which correspondence?
The very one which the leader of the opposition.
And who is the agrimony?
The agrimony is about how it has been addressed.
Is there acrimony?
Mr. Speaker, the procedure issue I'm raising pertains to the cardinal role that my office discharges. And you know very well that to ensure due attendance of members is the role of the whip. But that this correspondence shifts it to the office of the leader of the opposition is of concern, Mr. Speaker, sir.
So it's a coup.
I don't know whether it is a coup d'etat, but most importantly, Mr. Speaker, sir, even the team that you have just constituted, it has conspicuously excluded the office of the whip. And it is so lopsided that it has recognized the office of the government chief whip, but left out a very crucial office, Mr. Speaker, sir. of the Chief Opposition Whip.
I'm sorry, sir. So opposition chief whip, join us in that meeting.
Most obliged.
Thank you, Honorable Chinovere.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, before I raise my procedural issue, I want to join the rest of my colleagues in thanking the Almighty God for having saved you. We continue to pray for you and the family, and whatever obstacle comes on your way, it will never achieve its objective. Right Honorable Speaker, the procedural issue I'm raising, in April, there was an issue that I raised, 2024, April, where a disaster happened in Chibuku, and I raised this issue before the Prime Minister, Right Honorable, and she prayed to send a team to Chibuku to find out exactly what happened and the magnitude. To date, not even an official has reached Chibuku. You see, sometimes, Right Honorable, when we are here, they keep the ministers and the other leaders keep referring to us, say, no, please, before you raise the issue on the floor, try to write to us. But when you write letters, you don't get response. So sometimes some of us who are in NRM, you end up struggling with the population and the voters. They say, no, our issue is not being heard. So I feel this issue, I need to move it forward. Since the deputy, the third deputy prime minister is here, the procedural issue I'm raising is that it will be better procedure right for her to give me an update on the status of that disaster. The entire village was displaced. If this incident happened in other places, by now they would have responded. But since April to date, so I feel, Right Honorable Speaker, that the third deputy prime minister give me an update on the status of the team coming to Chibuku to handle that issue. Thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, especially when my colleague is talking about plight that befell his constituency, I restrain myself raising a point of order. However, it is so grave. The statement is so grave. Actually, he has made two statements that I find grave. The first one is that for them in NRM, they struggle. And the second is that if the catastrophe had befallen another place, the government would have responded quickly and rapidly. We are struggling to unite this country against people who make unsubstantiated allegations, especially where they say that this government is discriminative, it favors certain regions, and so on and so forth. When an honorable member makes a statement, and he's NRM, actually vice chairperson of the NRM caucus, says that this government is discriminative, it favors some parts of the country, without substantiating, one, which region is favored, two, which people are favored. Is he in order? Because it divides our country.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, you know, sometimes when you're faced with a situation like my brother Chinovere is faced with, sometimes you make statements which are beyond what you should have really said. Okay? And which is very unfortunate, because such a statement, I have my areas which I put under the Prime Minister. We got some disasters, I've never received a response. I've been told there is no money. Maybe if it had befallen another area, maybe they would have maybe they would have responded. Yeah. So I really understand, but that's not a right statement. It's, Honorable, I think you could do it better. Yeah. Okay. You could say it better without dividing the council.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I withdraw the word somewhere else. I withdraw, but I was trying to mean like the delays make us feel and make the people feel that as their representatives, we don't deliver their message.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. So now, Honorable, I also heard that you said the Prime Minister's office is going to come, assess, and do that. That's what we usually advise you, that it's the work of the District Disaster Committee to make the assessments and submit reports to the Prime Minister, so that just so that it could be done. But now we have your colleague with whom you sit on the NRM caucus executive. She's the Minister for Disaster Preparedness. You should take advantage. Honorable Bear. Just clarification is when there is someone on the floor. There's no one on the floor.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I do take note on the matter raised by Honorable Chinobere Herbert, and I want to pledge that I'll follow up on the matter, but also I would like to note this, colleagues, that the ministry can only respond when we have items available in the stores. There are times that we don't have anything in the stores, and because of budget allocations. But what I can guarantee you is that the services that we render is not based on any political affiliation, and we still commit that we will.
Honorable, I try to buy for you time to finish, you insist. Or point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, this particular ministry is called the Ministry for Disaster Preparedness, not Ministry for Disasters. What the minister seems to be relaying is actually disaster. That you have a Ministry for Disaster Preparedness that at times is not prepared at all. And the same ministry, now by disaster, cannot run to Parliament to say, we have run out of supplies and therefore we are not disaster prepared. Is the minister in order, standing here, to display inefficiency?
I think these are issues which should be, some of the statements don't need to come on the floor. For example, the stores are empty, what? Those are statements. Then if the stores are empty, where do we go? Where do we go? Okay. Those are internal to the ministry. So, what I understood the minister to mean is they are still preparing to get money, looking for, as a minister for disaster preparedness. But Honourable Minister, yeah, there are statements which don't need to be. They are for you. Kind of visit his area. He really needs you to visit his area.
Right Honourable Speaker, I take note and will create time with the technical team to visit his area. I thank you.
Yeah. Honourable Charles Matovu.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, last year, around May, I presented a matter to this House for consideration regarding Kajan's market in Kajan's Town Council that caught fire, destroying the entire market structure, the shelter and the stores and everything. The Right Honourable Prime Minister then, and she's there, she actually made a commitment last year in May to visit the market, the victims, the next morning. Until now, she has never All we need, Right Honorable Speaker, as our prayers were last time, they still stand. We need support to put up the structures. Basically, the roof structure looks very, very weird, and we need support. If we can only get that tomorrow, I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, clarification is not granted by the Speaker. Clarification is a point which is granted by a member holding the floor, not the Speaker. Okay? Where there is no member, you can't have clarification, can't have information. Yes. Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for the patience that was supposed to come and visit that market, but because of the many programs, I had not made it. But now I want to direct Honorable Majezi to go and assess the situation, and then we can start from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item.
Item 3 on the other paper, statements by ministers on one salary enhancement for police officers.
Honorable Minister for Public Service. Honorable colleagues, just look at the hour, and you know, just let me first put this. We sit as a parliament, we have an order paper, and from 2 to 4 p.m. we are still on communication. And it's really, it's unfortunate, okay? So I no longer want to go beyond 3 p.m. handling these matters. Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. This House tasked me to explain the issue of the salary enhancement of especially the Uganda Police Force, to the extent that instead of an increment of 25% across board, some people got little while others got slightly higher. Right Honorable Speaker, the background to this is contained in Cabinet Minute number 502, 509. Those minutes approved the public service pay policy, pay principles, as well as the 5-year pay plan covering every person paid salary or allowance from the consolidated fund or out of money appropriated by Parliament. The financial implications of the enhancement was determined at that time Uganda shillings 9.295864 billion over the 5-year trillion over the 5-year period. Implementation commenced in 2018-2019, and by 2022-23, Uganda shillings 2.03987 had been committed towards implementing the pay policy, albeit notwithstanding the global effect of COVID-19 pandemic. Since the commencement of implementation of the salary of the enhancement, the salary of security forces have been enhanced as follows. Police, prisons, and the Uganda People's Defense Forces from the ranks of private sergeant in financial year 2018-19 by 25%. At that time, the senior officers in the security forces were not enhanced. The enhancement of health workers in security, 2019-2020. Enhancement of the lunch allowance for health workers in security, they were also enhanced in 2021-2022. Enhancement of health workers and scientists in security forces, also enhanced 2021-2022. And health workers and scientists in security, same year, also enhanced. Enhancement of the rank of general from top down to major in the UPDF was done in 2022-2023. And of course, enhancement of aviation staff in the Uganda Police Force and the UPDF in financial year 2023-2024. Higher ranks in the Uganda Police Force and Uganda Prison Service, other than the scientists and health professionals, have not been enhanced since financial year 2014-2015, while the lower ranks were enhanced 2013-2014, 2014-2015, and 2018 and 2019. Right Honorable Speaker, regarding the UPDF, government enhanced salary of the senior officers from general to major by 77% of the approved long-term pay targets. The lower ranks in the UPDF were scheduled for enhancement in the financial year 2024-2025. So the policy direction and implications in this case are as follows. Government made a commitment to pay salary to all public officers according to the approved long-term pay targets, with effect from the year 2018-2019, however, in a phased manner, considering the significant financial implications of the targets. Cabinet, under Amendment 75/2024, directed the Minister of Public Service to work with the Minister of Defense and Veteran Affairs to discuss and finalize the pay enhancement for the Army officers from the rank of private to captain. As a result, a Cabinet subcommittee was constituted to implement the directive. The committee recommended enhancement for all officers in security, including the Uganda Police Force, the Uganda Prison Services, and the security organizations, at least at the level of 77% of the approved long-term pay targets. And if that was to be effected, we would need Uganda shillings 794.24 billion. However, this was not to be. So the additional wage that was required to enhance the salary of security forces by 77% of the approved long-term pay targets would be exactly that. For the Uganda People's Defense Forces, we required 497.32 billion. The Uganda Police Force, we required 213.13 billion. The Uganda Prison Services, we needed 51.86 billion. And the Internal Security Organization, we needed 27.48 billion. And the External Security Organization, we required 4.4 billion. Now, if this was possible, then it would entitle the lowest rank, the police constable or the prison's warder or wardress, to earn 847,000 shillings per month, which would translate to 77% of the approved long-term pay targets. The Minister of Finance was, however, able to afford Uganda shillings 358 billion, which is 45% of the required budget, including additional pension and gratuity for those who are planned for retirement in financial year 2024-2025 after earning an enhanced salary. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, given that situation, this is what we were able to get. For the Uganda People's Defense Forces, we got from finance 214.52 billion. For the Uganda Police Force, we got 99.83 billion. For the Uganda Prison Services, we got 27.01 billion. For the Internal Security Organization, we got 14.61 billion. And for the External Security Organization, we got 2.36 billion. Now, based on the available funds, the salary of all ranks in the Uganda Police Force and the Uganda Prison Services was enhanced really by 40% of the approved long-term pay targets. It is therefore, Right Honourable Speaker, not true that government enhanced salary by only 25%. The percentage increment is also not based on the current salary each holder is getting, but on the approved long-term pay targets, which were passed in 2018-2019. The increment in money terms for the various ranks, therefore, is dependent on the percentage of the current salary to the approved long-term pay targets. Some of the lower ranks, for example, before the enhancement, had reached 30% of the approved long-term pay targets, while some of the senior officers were at 13%. The exception to the uniform 40% enhancement are the Inspector General of Police, the Commissioner General of Prisons, the Deputy Inspector General of Police, and Deputy Commissioner General of Prisons, who are enhanced by 77% of the approved long-term pay targets. Because these officers are under the specified officers category, and this is provided for in the Salaries and Allowances of Specified Officers Act of 1999. And therefore, they were enhanced according to that, taking that into consideration. Based on the above clarifications, I request colleagues to note that enhancement of salary of officers of the Uganda Police Force and the Uganda Prison Service followed the equity principle and the long-term pay targets approved by Cabinet under Minute 502 and 509 of 2017. Government remains committed to implementing the approved pay plans and targets as demonstrated the progressive enhancement of salary in a phased manner and depending on availability of funds. Enhancement of salary should, however, be balanced with other government priorities, such as raising staffing levels across the entire service, government provision of tools and equipment to deliver services, as well as ensuring that services are delivered to citizens. Right Honourable Speaker, the detail of what I've been saying is reflected in the table that follows. I beg to state. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Honourable Timgu, Honourable Kwizera, Honourable Edakas, Honourable Guzuli, Honourable Chirumira.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Let's be quick.
I thank our Right Honourable Minister for the report. Although we expected the real figures to be stipulated, from which amount to which the next increment. Right Honourable Speaker, on a sad note, for example, we have police constables. The police constables were earning 484,000 shillings. Their salary was only increased by 65,000 shillings to 76,000 shillings to just over 550,000 shillings. On top of that, the same police constables, most of them are being evacuated from the free accommodation offered. On the same money, over 550,000, they are supposed to go and look for accommodation outside. They are also supposed to go and educate their family in various schools. But here we are wanting to kick out corruption along our roads from the police. How are we going to cope with that? I actually feel that the increment that was made to our police, especially those on the lower ranks, was not sufficient enough. And especially at a time when we are boosting our fight in fighting corruption, I'm afraid that is the main reason why the IGG report always, every year in, year out, is always stating that the police is the most corrupt institution. So I hope that we can do better in terms of increasing the welfare of our people in uniform. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Kwizera, then Honorable Edakas.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the Minister for the statement. However, I want the Minister to throw some light. How rational is it to increase constables' pay by 30,000 and we increase the IGP by about 6 million? Yet the cost of living affects all of them. Another thing I would want the Minister to tell us is where the Cabinet draws the mandate and the capacity to decide the pay when we have constitutional service commissions, and maybe the decision of Cabinet was backed by a study that guided them, because they cannot work without a study or any recommendations from services. So can we present those reports and we prove that he's not cooking the information himself? I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Edakas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for the information he's provided. I also like to thank the Ministry of Finance for finding the resources that found this far. I think that that's a step on the right direction. Mr. Speaker, the police continue, the welfare of the police continues to be a major issue for us to be concerned about. If you look at what these young people are doing day and night, and you consider the children they have, even with the so-called increased pay that we see there of 800,000, if someone has 3 children or 4 children, they can't send them to school with that pay. I think it's important that we continue to look into the welfare of the police. If you go to just the circumstances under which they work, even just the offices don't have paper, offices don't have, just the equipment they use, apart from the guns, is a problem, and all those are challenges. I think it would be important, this House has every year given attention to the men and women in uniform. I think it would be proper, Mr. Speaker, that we interrogate this issue a bit more over this year, so that we can upgrade not just the pay, but even other related issues that affect the men and women in uniform. The welfare of their children is a major issue.
Thank you.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Guzuri.
Mr. Speaker, the resources finance is mobilizing to pay and enhance salaries of our officers and constables is out of the allocations by this parliament. And when we were processing the budget, we were given information that the enhancements will be based on a percentage. What we are seeing now seems to be deviation from what was presented to us. The minister is telling us that they have premised their actions on a decision that took place in 2017 during a cabinet sitting. And yet the budget we are working with is one we passed on 2nd of I think last month. So I wanted the minister to clarify, what document are we exactly working with? And what would be the legal basis of that cabinet decision in a budget which we approved this year, and you are now processing it without endorsement of Ministry of Finance? Can the Minister of Finance tell us whether there was a violation to the budget we approved or not? Because it would seem to me these people decided to go and do something else from what they presented to us. And unfortunately, we may not be able to fault the Minister of Public Service, because a while ago, we faulted the minister for being open and telling the truth that there's nothing in the store. So this parliament must guide this country. If anybody just comes and is presenting things that differ from what was agreed here, how should we hold them? How are we going to hold this minister responsible for acting on a decision which we have not endorsed? And yet our proposal was 25%, which they presented and we endorsed. Now they are paying less. He needs to clarify that.
Let me pick the two ladies. Honorable Christine Akero. Oh, I had picked Honorable Chirumira, then Honorable Christine Akero, then Honorable Babiko.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The plight of police officers, men in uniform, should be of paramount importance to all of us, because our security is in their hands, and we all know that. My point of interest is that we're talking about the gross income of these police officers. But if you critically look at what they take home, the net income is so worrying. I'm meant to understand that they make contributions towards the SACCO. And that one alone, they keep complaining about it. I wonder if the minister could elaborate more about that. And how they benefit out of it is also a little bit problematic. And my interest here, Right Honorable Speaker, is that salaries of police officers should be taken into consideration, because it motivates them to be effective in their work. And possibly that's why most of them arrest us with a lot of anger, because they do not know what is happening in the country. Personally, I got arrested 2 weeks ago, and I looked at the eyes of these police officers who were arresting me. And they are so bitter, and I think that's why men in uniform, we have so much respect for you, and you want this country to increase your salaries so that you also enjoy your work.
Honorable Christine Akero.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker. This one goes straight to the Minister for Public Service. Honorable Minister, what you're doing a disservice to the people of Uganda, and you're putting our lives at a risk. Taking you back home where I come from, police are not getting what is enough. Looking at the market price, what is happening. They have children, they need to educate, they need to eat, they need to sleep well. Because of that, some of the policemen, I don't even blame them, I'm blaming your ministry. They're using their guns, giving the guns to the young people to go and raid. After raiding, they bring them what they have looted from there and give to the police. So there's an abuse. If you don't address the salary issue, our lives is at a risk. So we don't want to see that. So you need to take it seriously. As we talk of salary, look at the gap between the lowest rank and the highest. There's that problem. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Babiko.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I appreciate the government for the initiative to enhance the salary of our brothers and sisters. But Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I'm concerned about the manner in which it is being done. One saying that there's a group which can start to have it. Then others have to wait until we have funds. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, to me that is still an issue of not being fair to everybody. And it is making many of these officers to be more disgruntled. It's very difficult to command and rely on disgruntled forces. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, I pray that this government takes this serious. If you want to enhance, plan well and enhance for everybody at once. If you cannot do it, don't create an issue of being segregative or selective. To Right Honorable Speaker, Parliament has the mandate of appropriation. But I want to say this. With what has just happened, when the appropriation bill was brought back, that means we have limitation in our roles. We cannot adjust. What did we adjust in the running budget, over which we should be blamed? Therefore, the executive must be answerable for the running budget. We made our proposals, everything was brought here and turned upside down. Therefore, Parliament needs not to be blamed. Our government must ensure that equity applies. If not, these people are already disgruntled, and we are going to face the consequences. The delivery of services by them is already affected. Let's not...
Opposition Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honorable Minister, I thank you for the statement. The Honorable Minister is aware in the 10th Parliament of an attempt to establish a comprehensive pay reform through a commission, independent commission, that would be charged with the responsibility of overseeing and regulating salary structures, similar to the one in the neighborhood. For instance, Kenya. Kenya has an independent salaries remunerationist commission. And if the objective of this salary enhancement was to improve on the morale of the force, it has done a complete opposite. It has created a huge pay remuneration discrepancy. And now those of the rank in the cloth are not easily seeing eye to eye with those below. Don't you think it is undermining the very purpose for which it was intended? Because the truth of the matter is that it does not only stop here in the police force. And one could be persuaded, or even could be justified to hold your ministry in suspicion. Was this salary enhancement done deliberately to secure loyalty of those that give orders to the constables that are at the lower rank? Or was it meant to motivate them or to improve on their morale? And it doesn't stop there. These salary disparities, we have seen them in other public sectors like education, like healthcare. You know very well what, I don't know whether the salary enhancements should be done at the good mood of the head of state. Because if he so wishes, he increases salary of science teachers in the education sector. And you know what that has done. It has exacerbated the relationship between the two. They go to the same market. They pay the same medical bills. They take their children to the same schools. Now the morale of the arts teachers is at the lowest. Mr. Speaker, I'm of the view, because earlier in the 10th Parliament, this same ministry came up with something called single spine, especially in education, single spine salary structure. And it looked brilliant. But I don't know how it ended. You come up with very good ideas and legislation, pieces of legislation. But like it is, Mr. Speaker, characteristic and typical of NRM, these good ideas die at their infant stages. And that's why you see the conundrum of sorts, where salary enhancements are causing more problems, more harm than good. I beg to submit.
Thank you. Shadow Minister for Internal Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, the matter before us came here during the budget time. And when the Minister for Finance was reading the budget, I want to quote. He said that the gallant men and women in uniform while reading the budget, the minister said this, that we are enhancing the salary of the police officer, of our policemen by 25%, and that the gallant men and women in uniform at the rank of captain and below who are serving UPDF and in Uganda police and in prison and the internal and external intelligence services, this budget contains the first installment of your enhanced pay. Mr. Speaker, if such a commitment is made to the country, then it ceases to be a promise and becomes a date. The police have been coming here in 2023, 2024. They were promised a salary increase of 40%. Eventually, it did not come. This time, Mr. Minister, Mr. Speaker, the money was found. But what is lacking is sharing. It is very unreasonable if we get some money and the top officers who are facilitated in terms of transport, again, out of greed, don't care about the juniors, and they take the money for themselves, Mr. Speaker. What I want to request to Mr. Speaker, sir, is that this parliament asserts itself and say, what did we pass in this house, Mr. Speaker? We go back to what we passed here and we seek for its implementation. We cannot allow these people to risk the whole country and leave these people to go out with guns without pay. This used to happen during Obote's time, that a person would be given a gun and then told to go and look for his salary.
Are you done, Honorable? Point of order from Honorable Akena.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is very perturbing that people try to blame everything, pick all sorts of ideas and claims and attribute it to UPC. There has never been a point where a caring government has told people to take their guns and look for their salary. One of the first things today was an honorable member crying about medicines in Nakaseke Hospital. People don't seem to realize that that hospital was built by the same UPC. If UPC is building hospitals all over Uganda and then saying soldiers to go and take the Right Honorable Speaker, I would request my honorable colleague to withdraw, because it is clearly completely out of order to make such an allegation on this floor of Parliament. Is the honorable member in order?
Honorable member, are you in order?
Right Honorable Speaker, my intention was not to antagonize the President of UPC, Mr. Akena, Honorable Akena. I do regret the pain my statement has caused him, especially when I was mentioning the times when he used to be a first son and most probably young. But, Mr. Speaker, I said we are told. So I was just quoting what I was told.
No,
Mr. Speaker.
you can grant his request.
And for that, I want to tell my honorable colleague that I was told But now that you have told me the better version of that, of what happened during that time, I withdraw that statement. But what I wanted to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, is that when you arm a person and you don't pay that person, you are in essence telling that person to use the gun to go and look for survival. Mr. Speaker, allow me to show you a WhatsApp that has been sent to me by one policeman.
Can you lay the phone on table?
Yes, I will lay. Mr. Speaker, because I'm the shadow minister, a policeman, somebody saying that he's a policeman, sent me this. He said, Honorable Shadow Minister, please tell Parliament that this is how I spend my pay. I earn 466,933 net pay. Exodus chops off 30,000. I remain with a balance of 436,933. This is my expenditure per day. Breakfast, 2,000. Lunch, 3,500. Supper, 3,500. Transport, 4,000. Airtime, 2,000. That is 15 times 30. That is 450, which means that I have to permanently stay alone without children or a wife. But ask, where do I get the medication? Where do I get soap? Where do I get school fees? Where do I get rent? Since I've been even evicted from a self-made structure I constructed in my barracks. That is our predicament. And I want Parliament to understand that we are also human beings. We guard you. We guard you. We guard the country. We keep law and order. But how do we keep money in the banks where we don't own any? Mr. Speaker, I don't know if I should lay my phone, but this is information from I'll take it.
Right Honourable Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for giving way. Related to exactly that, yesterday, upon a prison officer or young junior police, prison warder, hearing that we had intervened in this matter, called me in the morning and said, I heard you are interrogating the sharing of the monies that you allocated to us. Please get this information. One, the senior officers who are not meant to be beneficiary have instead taken the lion's share. And two, the next thing we are planning, and I will not reveal this particular person, the next thing we're planning is to go on strike, such that the people you have sent us in Luzira can come back and bring you to the same level where you have kept us. Now, this is the information, and to me, I took it very, very serious. That's why I was standing, and in your absolute wisdom, you thought other people would. The second thing I want to say is that you may guide on the procedure. I am very uncomfortable allowing the Honorable Betty Namboze to lay that phone on table, because apart from...
Oh no, it was on a light note.
Oh.
Yeah, it wasn't.
On a light one still, is that the confidentiality of that particular person may be compromised. But with that, Mr. Speaker, I listened to the very good English of my brother, the Honorable Mululi Mukasa. It was very, very good. From Nakasongola, it was amazing. That one thing he did not mention, I said, oh, she says she's informed. I was only praising the Honorable Mukasa for the brilliant English, and it is all I picked from his statement.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Numbers to conclude.
Right Honorable Speaker, this is a matter of survival for the men in uniform, for the people who keep law and order, for the people who guard this country. I hope everybody does appreciate the challenge before us. And Mr. Speaker, through you, I want to request that this matter be referred to the committee so that these people come and tell us how they shared the money we gave them. So that Parliament assists them to implement the intention of the people of Uganda through this Parliament was to give a salary increase to the low-ranking officers of police so that they can be able to afford to survive in this to survive and their families. Mr. Speaker, I want to move a motion that this matter goes to the committee and then a report be brought to this Parliament so that we can understand exactly where the problem is.
Please, Honorable colleague, allow the Speaker to do his work. Yes.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Sure. Yeah. So, Honorable colleagues, I just wanted to ask one simple thing to the Minister. Because for every budget, we have work plans. So, what was in the work plans? What was in the detail of that enhancement? Because when you say you have given this much money, yeah, because you see, why I'm asking this question, I don't want to put Honorable Mururi Mukasa in just a tight corner alone, okay, when we did work with him. Now, all the money that we passed here, has been allocated, has been distributed for salary enhancement. The issue is, yes, all the money. Now the issue is, when we were approving this money, when we were Honorable Mururi Mukasa, initially, is this the initial plan? Because now I've just remembered. There's something which has come to my mind. I've remembered. I think this money came in a corrigenda. This money came in a corrigenda, meaning it didn't go to the Committee on Internal Affairs to get details of the distribution and all that. I've now remembered. No. Because you see, why I said came in a corrigenda, honorable colleagues, we held a meeting, the top leadership of this country, chaired by the President, attended by the Chief Justice, by the Vice President, by the Prime Minister, by the Speaker, by the Deputy Speaker and Minister for Finance. And we were looking at issues which were very critical at that time versus the resource envelope. And I remember they had requested for around 870 billion, around there. But we sat down, we started cutting here and there, cutting here and there. I remember very well that in fact in that meeting, we even dropped some of the critical proposals which government had in terms of supporting the science and innovation sector. And the President said, no, at least we must get some money for enhancement of security forces. And we could only get 320-something billion. But what we didn't discuss in detail was the distribution, which was a matter now for the executive and cabinet. So, Honorable Minister, what informed your decision in choosing to start with the senior officers instead of the junior officers? I know it might be in this statement, but in a minute.
Right Honourable Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, yes, we decided to look at the senior officers, but I think when we started the enhancement of the security forces, initially we started with the junior people. From, for instance, private, we went up to, I think, the level of captain initially. And then when it came the police, we again started with the constable and went up to the other level. And the others were not enhanced. The senior officers were not enhanced. Now, when the second enhancement came, therefore, we felt logically that we should now look at the senior officers and then take care of their concerns as well. And then next enhancement, this one now, when it came, we went back to the lower ranks of the security forces. So, well, sorry, Honorable, Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, that maybe the approach went wrong right from the inception, but that's it. But I think since the enhancement is in phases and we are committed to actually enhancing up to the pay targets that we agreed on, I think as we move, this is going to be
Because why I'm asking you, Honourable Minister, so that I guide the House very well. I want to know, you had already enhanced military officers from the rank, is it of major, from captain? No. From major upwards, okay? But you didn't do it for police, okay? You didn't do it for police. And what you run is matched against each security sector, which is more or less a single spine salary structure. So that you have an equivalent of a senior police officer at this rank is equivalent to the one in military. So where the aim now to cure that defect where the senior officers in police were complaining that you enhanced the ones of UPDF, but you left us out. If that was the issue, you should also put it here, we understand it. Yeah.
Speaker.
I've not given him an answer. I've just, because I was trying to really understand. Yeah.
Right Honorable Speaker, that consideration also informed our decision. We still, Right Honorable Speaker, operate a single spine salary structure, and there is the principle of harmonization across sectors. So that also informed our decision. Definitely when we looked at the military and the officers were happy, the officers in the police and in the intelligence, who more or less, are the same rank, same level, and they work in unison to provide and secure security, were also disgruntled and they were not very happy themselves. So since as I said, those agencies work in unison in to synchronize their work, then our decision was partly informed by that, and we thought it would be quite in order to do.
Thank you. Honorable Gafabusa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm seeking clarification from the Minister on the phased enhancement. From the statement, this is from a resolution of Cabinet of 2017. And implementation started in 2018-2019 financial year. And this long-term enhancement target is for 5 years. I have computed 2018-19 financial year. The 5 years actually end this financial year, 2024-2025. If we have not reached the long-term target, when do we expect this phased enhancement? Has Cabinet sat again to change the period within which to achieve this long-term target of 5 years? Because the target here is 5 years.
Thank you.
I need
Honorable
that
Chimosho.
clarification.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, this matter is a very pertinent matter. The way we are moving, the minister is trying to give off-cuff answers, very unsatisfying to a very sensitive group, in our society. Isn't it right, Right Honourable Speaker, that this matter is interrogated thoroughly by either committee, and we give them the shortest time possible, and they look at all stakeholders in this matter, and they report back to this House?
Thank you. Now, you see, Honorable colleagues, first of all, the budget you approved has been utilized. Listen, has been utilized. You know it very well, okay? The moment you give someone a salary, you cannot review it to their detriment. So you cannot record this budget from the senior officers to say, bring back this money, we give it to the junior officer. So I'm trying to show you that even if you send to the committee, okay? You send to the committee to do what? That's why I want us to move in a steadfast manner, okay? In a steadfast manner. I had allowed Honorable Nzima, Honorable Sachiko.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when
and there is a clarification I want to put here. I'm hearing members saying they departed, okay, from what they told Parliament they were going to do. But this was never interrogated by the committee. No. It came as a corrigenda. Yes, it came as a corrigenda and the committee never interrogated it. So that's why I've asked you, if there was any work plan submitted to the committee, let the committee share it.
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, so if it's not there, I don't want us to start attributing. This is the House of Record, honorable colleagues. Let us move in a steadfast manner. If there is a mistake which was made, we look at addressing that mistake. Okay? So let me first allow the honorable colleagues whom I had.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when the issue of salary enhancement appeared in 2017, it was presented to the Committee on Public Service and Local Government, and by then I was the chairperson of that committee. This statement, which is being read by the minister, is typically the pay increment plan, which was approved in cabinet, then presented to the committee then. But the unfortunate thing is, along the way, when they started implementing this plan, they moved away from what they had presented to Parliament, which were also presented on floor of Parliament and approved by Parliament. Because by then, the argument was that since the lower ranked officers have lower money, smaller money, the increment should start with them. And by then, I cannot exactly recall the figure, but it was above 700. That was what was supposed to be in the increment. But up to now, just as the Honorable Richard Gabafuza has said, he was also a member of the committee, Gafabusa. I may not pronounce it well, but he knows it. My colleague, Honorable Richard, let me use Richard. He was also a member of the committee. That time when the minister presented this, the challenge we are having is that we don't have clear money for this increment. Actually, when we asked the ministry, we are talking about salary increment. Where are we going to get all these monies? One of the proposals was actually rationalization that they are going to rationalize these agencies to release some money which should be added onto what? Onto the salaries. Our question as a committee was, which one should have come faster? I mean first. Is it the increment or the rationalization should have taken place to release monies? But now the challenge here is, as I had said, we pass resolutions here. These resolutions are supposed to be implemented the way they are passed. At the end of the day, they are implemented in the opposite way. The resolutions are not followed. And this is what has caused this confusion. From 2018 up to now, we can't imagine that the police officers are still at 400. They should have been taken to above 400. So the other issue also, Mr. Speaker, this debate has come as a result of a question which was raised by Honorable Lutamaguzi. He had said the police officers, because they get little amount of money, they are bitter. His argument was that, is this increment being affected or not? Have they received the money that was supposed to be increased? So what the minister has just read is a statement that has not brought this clearly out. So what we needed to know is, as per the end of July, what salary did these police officers get? That one should come out clearly, and what they are supposed to get. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Sachkubo.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I happen to sit on the Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs. And what I listened to what the Minister for Public Service, Honorable Murudi Mukasa, was saying was in direct contrast to the interactions we had as a committee with the Minister of Internal Affairs. Unfortunately, the Minister of State is here. And I'm surprised he has kept a low profile, as if he's not centrally affected by the debate on the floor of this House. Right Honorable Speaker, the conclusions we drew out of our interaction with the Minister was that the enhancement or the increment had to start with the lowest rank in police. And he's here, he can testify, he can confirm to that. That's what we agreed. And the enhancement was to go to the minimum of 800,000. 800,000, Mr. Speaker and members. And that was the undertaking government gave to the committee. But now, as it turns out, it is the seniors that have been even further enhanced. Yet they have houses. Those who don't have, they have housing allowances. They have fuel. They have everything you need. They are guarded by these very poorly paid personnel of theirs. They eat dust behind their pickups, and they are watching them. Right Honorable Speaker, they have been displaced from the barracks. And if you know the barracks, Mr. Speaker, the police officers themselves build themselves shacks within barracks. The police officers, they buy themselves iron sheets, they get mud and water, and build shacks in the barracks. And it's from there they've been evicted, Right Honorable Speaker. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the point I wanted to bring forward is that the Minister for Public Service is being untruthful to the House. He's reading some other statement, not the statement arising out of the ministerial policy statement.
Thank you.
I'll take the
Clerk, I need you to put for us on the screens the page which is on the computation of enhancements, which was attached to the minister's statement. Honorable colleagues, you can check on al fresco. Oh, yes. Those who are having. Yes. And so I need rope, and then the minister, I want you to take us through that page.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to firstly appreciate the minister's statement. But as I appreciate his making time to give us that statement, I honestly, vehemently disagree with him when he says government is committed to the welfare of these men and women in uniform. That commitment, Senior Minister, is not reflected at all. And that's why you see the House is unanimously saying we need to do better. The welfare of these men and women in uniform begins firstly with their salaries. We are talking about that. A promise was made. That has not happened. The welfare includes where they stay. Honorable Speaker, I have 2 barracks in my constituency. Every so often I interact with these men and women in uniform, their families. They live in a shambolic state. You can go to any barracks in this country and it is like one big slum. That's the situation in which they stay. Government is not committed to that, making it better. A colleague talked about the Exodus Circle. And by the way, Right Honourable Speaker, we have discussed that issue here in Parliament severally, and government has committed to follow up and deal with it. They are forced to save money with Exodus Circle, mandatorily, which by the way is against the law, because it should be done on one's own volition. But they save it by force. Accessing it is difficult. And they fear to speak out, because when they speak out, they will be dealt with. They engage with us as political leaders so that we can raise these matters. So I want to encourage the senior minister. Number one, commitment should be seen in action, not just in the statement, the good statement that you have made to us. We want to see action. And finally, I want to encourage the minister who speaks really like he means well. And I want to believe that you mean well when you say you're committed. It's only that we are saying we want to see that commitment in action. Please find time and interact with these officers yourself, especially the junior ones. And you get to know what exactly they go through, because you supervise them, you are meant to take care of them like a father. Try and understand what's going on. Because sometimes when we speak with the political leaders, the front bench here assumes we are just being political. No, and I'm glad this issue is resounding across board. We want to see better for our men and women in uniform.
Thank you, Rob. Now, yes, honorable colleagues, you're seeing that table. You can, and for those who have iPads, we gave you iPads, and also you have phones. Yes, that's why we no longer print. Yeah, so I'm seeing here, honorable colleagues, that from Special Police Constable to Commissioner of Police, Stroke Commissioner of Prisons, they got an increment of 40%. Is that honorable minister? And then from Senior Commissioner of Police to Assistant Inspector General of Police, okay, 42 and 44. So the top 3 categories are the ones which got a higher amount. So honorable minister, out of this money which went to police, okay, which is around 90, I think police received around 90, yeah. Uganda police received 99.8. How much money went to the seniors? How much went to the juniors? Because you see, also you can see there was an increment, but the increment was not fair. Okay, at least for people to understand, a constable got an increment of 110,000. Okay, so the issue of the figures, because you see, honorable colleagues, I want us to agree that if we see that the gap is so big, then we are sending the executive to go back and look for money, top up, because now you can't touch this money. Yeah, you cannot touch it. Okay. Honorable Minister, let me rule this way. You have listened to the concerns of the House. You have listened to the concern that cut across. Go back as the executive. Okay? You table it in cabinet, you table these concerns, because even if I send you to the committee now, there's nothing you will table there before going and consulting with the cabinet. This would be an issue of a supplementary budget if it is to be handled. So go back, you share with the cabinet, you raise these concerns, and then you report back to the House in 2 weeks. Yes, Honorable Segona, what would be?
Mr. Speaker, and I beg your indulgence on this. The reason we had suggested the committee is because now Parliament gets involved to look at finer details of the figures. That's number one. The minister would go to the same committee. The people who shared out this money the way they did will go to the same committee, would be in a position to understand first, how did we get to where we are? That we're even looking for a supplementary. We are struggling. Even the original budget you passed here twice, Mr. Speaker, cannot be implemented. I saw the PSST telling the nation that he has released money for the first quarter, 5.5 trillion. We were expecting 18.5 trillion, and he released only 5.5. So even when you talk of supplementary, you must be able to understand, first, where is it going to come from? Two, who led us to where we are? Are we so helpless that we cannot identify officers that led us to this mess?
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, before punishing our colleagues and all that, you see, you see, Honorable Segona, what you are saying is what I'm coming to. Okay? And that's why I've said the minister, in 2 weeks, he first reports back here. You first give him a chance. Then when a statement comes, that statement will still have issues. We can easily now send it to the committee. I usually want to first give them a chance than rushing to the committees. Okay? Yeah. Next item.
Item 3.2, statement on the post that contrary to the established diplomatic norms, a casino and gambling facility had been established within the Ugandan consulate in Dubai, United Arab Emirates.
Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs. Procedure.
I'm very much constrained, Mr. Speaker. I have seen this thing on the order paper, and you permit me, in the event that I appear to be crossing your boundary. I don't know if, before putting this matter on your order paper, you did consult, one, those who know more than us about the law on diplomatic relations. I am looking at the importance of this particular diplomatic mission that we are dealing with respect to the services provided to our people. I do not even know whether you properly addressed your mind to the implications of what you're just about to put on your microphone. Because I am aware of what the demands of international law on matters of this nature. On the one hand, I would want very much to hear my brother, the Honorable Dong J.J. Abubakar, what he has to say about this, and of course, the rules of natural justice. I don't even know whether you personally took the trouble to listen to him first, because what we are going to debate here has very serious implications, not even tainting, but with respect to the future of this diplomatic mission.
Thank you.
Guide me.
Thank you. I don't know why Honorable Chirumira was insisting. When you said Honorable Jeje Dong, he kept saying Saddam, Saddam. Salam. Oh, okay, I heard Saddam. I thought it's Honorable Jeje Dong Saddam. Is Abubakar. That's the one we... Yes, now Honorable, how this matter came, it was raised as a question to the Prime Minister during Prime Minister's question time on Thursday by the Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs. And the Prime Minister offered that it should be the minister to answer it. Unfortunately, I haven't had. I missed his call. I missed his call today. So, but I was so busy I didn't get time to return it. So I haven't shared with him. But I know he's the one who also guides us on such a diplomatic issues. So before his statement, I'm sure he will guide us. So, Honorable Minister, please.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, indeed, Honorable Segona is very correct. Matters of diplomacy are sometimes very, very touchy. But let me make my statement so that the Right Honorable Speaker, you can then rule. In the course of the debate last week, the Honorable Shadow Minister of Foreign Affairs raised a concern arising out of a trending social media item to the effect that officials at the Uganda consulate in Dubai were operating a casino on the premises of the consulate. Right Honorable Speaker, subsequently following that presentation, directed that the Minister of Foreign Affairs should make a statement of explanation of what really is going on. So, Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, this is the basis upon which I am making this statement here today. Right Honorable Speaker, the allegations of turning a diplomatic facility into a casino are very serious. Serious because these allegations touch on the misuse of a diplomatic facility against diplomatic practice as per the Vienna Convention. These allegations touch on trust and integrity of individuals, some of whom are Muslims. These allegations touch on the very important matter of diplomatic relations between countries. Because of the seriousness of these allegations and their import thereof, the government of Uganda took this matter very, very seriously and instituted investigations. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, these investigations are still ongoing, I am therefore rather constrained as to what I might say could or might jeopardize these investigations. I therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, plead with you that I be allowed to make a full statement on this matter after these investigations have been concluded. I plead, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, this is for me to guide. And really coming from what Honorable Segona, please, 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 these are issues of countries. It's not issues of members exchanging on the floor, okay? So after listening to the wise counsel of Honorable Segona and the minister who has been ordered not to jeopardize investigations, and therefore he doesn't know what he can say or not say here, that will be interpreted to constitute interfering with investigations. The statement will come after the investigations. And I will be coordinating with the Prime Minister to know once these investigations are complete, so that we come back to this House and we have it on record. Honorable Clerk, I want us to first do item 6 because there is a very. Yesterday I promised we shall finish the debate on the agriculture sector and we go to State of the Nation. Next item.
Item 6, laying of papers. 1. Business transacted by the East African Legislative Assembly, 4th meeting, 2nd session, 5th Assembly from 23rd June to 4th July 2024, Arusha, Tanzania.
Government, the Minister, is the paper available?
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the waiver business transacted by the East African Legislative Assembly, 4th meeting to 2nd session of the 5th Assembly, 23rd June to 4th July 2024 in Arusha, Tanzania. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Right Honorable, do you have, I think I saw an accompanying statement which has a list of the bills and motions and what, as required under Rule 36(2) of the Rules of Procedure. You could read it or could just take that.
In accordance with the provisions of Article 65 of the treaty, I have the honor to submit to you copies of the business transacted by the Assembly and bills passed, stroke introduced during the 4th meeting, 2nd session, 5th Assembly, held in the East African Legislative Assembly chambers, ES headquarters, Arusha, Tanzania, for your information and further action. And these include the East African budget speech for financial year 2024-2025, report of the Committee on Supply and the Committee of Ways and Means, and the financial instrument for the ESC budget for the financial year 2024-2025. The following committees' reports were tabled. We have the report of the Committee on General Purpose on the assessment of the implementation of the East African Community Budget for financial year 2023-2024. 2, we have the report of the Committee on General Purpose of the Supplementary Budget Request and the ESC Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024. 3, we have the report of the Committee on General Purpose of the East African Community Budget Estimates for the revenue and expenditure for the financial year 2024-2025. And 4, we have the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources on the spot assessment of the implementation of the projects by the Lake Victoria Basin Commission and Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, and the report of the Committee on Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution on the oversight activity to assess the process, regulations, and challenges conducting national general elections 15th to 22nd May 2024 in Rwanda and Uganda. The report of the 5th East African Parliamentary Alliance for Food Security and Nutrition and General Assembly meeting 15th-17th October 2023, that was in Nairobi, Kenya. Then the following bills passed, we have the East African Community Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024, the East African Community Appropriation Bill 2024. The resolution adopted will include the resolution of the Assembly paying tribute to the late Honorable Dr. Shogo Richard Molozi, and the administration of oath to Honorable Didi Mazenga Mukanzu, Minister of State, Minister of Regional Integration, DRC, Honorable Veronica Mweni Nduva, the ES Secretary General. Your Excellency, accept Clerk Secretary General and assurance. Please accept Clerk Secretary General the assurance of my highest consideration. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Honorable colleagues, these reports will be in the library. I hope we shall all be accessing them. Next.
Item 6.2, laying of the waiver of outstanding value-added tax liability for Kisizi Hospital Power Limited.
Honorable Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay on table the waiver of outstanding value-added tax liability for Kisizi Hospital Power Limited. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The proposal is referred to the Committee on Finance for processing and reporting back. Honorable colleagues, yesterday, after the Chair of Agriculture had presented the committee report on food and animal feed security interventions in the country, we agreed here that we should also have the one on a project, agriculture cluster development project, since they are related, and that was a major aim. So we said we should receive the report, we have one debate, and we concluded at one. So I think we should first handle item 9 by receiving the report, and then we debate item 7 and 8 together.
Item 8, motion for adoption of the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries on the status of implementation of the Agriculture Cluster Development Project.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. 20 minutes. The full report will be captured on the Hansard.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving the committee this chance to present this report. And on behalf of the committee, I would like to thank you so much for this report. Was supposed to be here a long time, but we thank you for sparing it to appear today. I would like also to thank my chair for the mentorship. I'm so proud of you, for you have mentored me, that I've been elevated to be the chair. I can't take that for granted. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fishery on the status of implementation of the Agriculture Cluster Development Project, that's SCDP, and I would like to lay on table the minutes of the committee and a copy of the report. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee initiated an inquiry into the manner in which the Agriculture Cluster Development Project was being implemented, as well as its impact on the farmers in Uganda and its improvement on food security and wealth creation. The committee conducted oversight to assess the level of implementation and impacts of this project in accordance with Article 90 and the rules of procedure as put in the report.
This provided and joined the committee with authority and power, among others, to do research. The oversight was done following complaints and a petition from members of parliament where projects were being implemented, citing failure to meet the intended expectations and lack of value of money. On this basis, the committee decided to carry out oversight to select projects to assess the status of the implementation of SCDP in the various districts that it was being conducted. The midterm monitoring and evaluation report on SCDP presented to Parliament by the Ministry, that's MAIF, in June and July 2022 was not indicating and captured the concern the area members of Parliament cited, like misuse of funds as well as limited monitoring from the district and ministry, thus calling for a probe into this project. Right Honorable Speaker, this project is a 6-year partnership project of Ministry of Agriculture worth $150 million, and it was a loan by World Bank through international development assistance. The project was officially closed. I repeat, it was closed in March 2022, but upon request, it was extended for a period up to 30th September 2023. Right Honorable Speaker, this project was covering various crop value chains, and 57 districts were part of this. And the project basic information is listed down, and I know members have read because it was uploaded long time. I'm saying this just to rephrase your knowledge on it. There were components. It was basically on 4 components: that support for intensification of on-farm production, value addition and market access, policy regulations and institutional support, and project coordination and ICT platform. Right Honorable Speaker, these components were aligned to agricultural sector objectives and NDP 3. And as it was a loan, 82% was dispersed to government by that time, 2022. And 105.6 million was spent already, which represents 70% by then. And the project components were classified into various categories: the e-voucher program, training for recipients of e-voucher support, development of agricultural input markets, capacity building for producers organization, that's cooperatives and farmers group, and value chain actors, SCCE level warehousing, value addition and marketing, that was storage, farm access roads, constructing of roads, bridges like choke points at community level, policy, regulatory functions of MAIF, agriculture, water management, investment, and statistics, management of fall armyworm and other diseases like desert locust. Right Honorable Speaker, districts that were allocated is even being put here, that I'm going to move forward to the observations of the committee. On component 1, that was support for intensification of on-farm production, the objectives was to support the intensification of this on-farm production of 5 priorities commodities that were namely maize, cassava, beans, rice, and coffee. For eligible farm household, support under this component focuses on provision of subsidized productivity, enhancing and post-harvest handling inputs through e-voucher system, capacity building for target beneficiaries, and farmers organization, development of agricultural input market, where the farmers were supposed to register and government was co-funding 70% and the farmers 30%. And it was in all these areas. The e-voucher was a component involved to support towards intensification of this program through provision of subsidized input, as had stated. The project had provided 67%, 50%, and 33% respectively of the total cost of the inputs in the first, second, and third seasons, while the farmer contributes the difference, as I stated. The farmer wins off the subsidy by the first season, but because it is anticipated that by that time, farmer would have known the value and adopted the use of quality agro inputs for commercial farming. The committee learned that most of the farmers were faced with challenges on accessing and operating the e-voucher system, because in areas where no networks, I even saw this because before even I became a member of parliament, I was knowing this because I participated in monitoring it. The system encountered frequent breakdown and network failure, sometimes during critical times of crop season, which delayed enrollment, placement of orders, and serving of farmers. The farmers asserted that the e-voucher where inputs were to be requisite and delivered using the internet was not working, which resulted in two members receiving their input despite paying for them up to the time of committee visit. Some farmers reported that they did not know how to operate and how the system works. This delayed other farmers from participating in commercial farming. Most districts reported failure of e-voucher, as stated above, and the committee learned that the contracted bank, that was UBA, as the service provider for the e-voucher system in some districts, but due to system failure, some farmers' money got lost in the UBA system. This had discouraged many potential farmers from getting enrolled. Right Honorable Speaker, I was in Amuru. This happened because UBA was not in Amuru. They would go up to Gulu. That's how the funds were lost. Right Honorable Speaker, it was unique in Nebi. The committee was informed that government had withheld co-funding part into the e-voucher system for 11 months. Hence, redemption was cut off for some farmers' money that was locked in the e-voucher system. Furthermore, there were reports of missing balances on farmers' e-voucher account due to system inefficiency, which was very frustrating to the affected farmers. The committee received complaints from some farmers about the quality of some of the agricultural inputs supplied through the e-voucher system, stating that the products received through the e-voucher system were counterfeit or fake. For instance, in Kalungu, there were complaints from the farmers stating that they had received counterfeit fertilizers and seedlings that did not germinate. The committee also received complaints from Balikosa, Balibona, Biawere Farmers Cooperative Growers Union Limited in Bugweri district of adulterated fertilizer. The same were alleged to have been distributed out of season. There were very many complaints. Right Honorable Speaker, I can't mention all. Like in Oima, there was complaint, recommendations. The committee recommends that all farmers who were supplied with counterfeit agricultural input through e-voucher system should be compensated, and the suppliers of those inputs blacklisted. Farmers who had paid for the e-voucher services and had not received agricultural input through this system should be refunded, and MAIF should compel UBA to track and rectify the missing farmers' names balances. 3, the matter of quality and timely provision of input should be addressed by MAIF if the intent objective of SCDP and other projects are to be achieved. The e-voucher management system should continuously be monitored, stabilized in order to address the frequent breakdown and network failure. The system is properly managed. Properly managed, it is a good initiative, but facilitate production and marketing of agricultural outputs. The ministry, that's MAIF, should task suppliers of equipment to offer maintenance services for the equipment supplied, at least for some agreed period of time. These were on inputs for value addition. Government through MAIF should institute mechanisms through which grantees could be offered sustainable technical support and guidance with a view of sustainable productivity. The e-voucher system should be reviewed and improved to enable the farmers to deposit their respective contributions on their e-voucher accounts, mobile money, and others. Right Honorable, the district that perform well in the e-voucher system, like Chotera, should be allowed to enroll more farmers in case this project is continued, though it's taken over by event. We are in the conclusion point of the project. Component 2 was value addition. This is very key, honorable members. This component supports activities and investment to improve marketing and post-harvest handling on farm produce and measures to eliminate bottlenecks and trouble spots in rural access roads that are critical for the movement of farm produce to the market. This component builds the capacity of the area-based community cooperative enterprises, that is the ACCEs, to effectively perform value addition and become marketing agents of farm produce. Like the matching grants, that is under the value addition, this was being given to farmers' organization for value addition and post-harvest facilities. Through this, the project supports investment of locally based farm cooperatives and associations to carry out community-level post-harvest handling, grading, bulking, storage, and they went to the extent of even building storage facilities. The mechanism for this grant is a matching grant that finances almost 2/3 of the cost of the purchase of equipment and construction of facility needed to scale up and improve the effectiveness of this program, which are able to carry out these functions, including construction of community primary storage facility, as stated earlier. Below are the breakdowns. Members, I'm not going to read. The breakdowns of farmers' organizations that receive these funds, and I know we are having it. And another table is on the machineries that were delivered by MAIF. Road chokes, Right Honorable Speaker. This is where the problem is, and honorable members. Under this component, there's a part for removal of chokes along the farm market access roads. MAIF reported that rehabilitative work for road chokes on community access roads are categorized into 3 phases. 1, the pilot districts, and there were 7 pilot districts. That was covering 254 kilometers. Second was the rollout districts, which was dealing with the road chokes. That was 105 road chokes spread over 376.9 kilometers in areas that have been mentioned there. 3 rollout districts, this was at procurement processes of 145 road chokes spread over 487.7 kilometers. It was at contract signing and site handover by then. Right Honorable Speaker, in the 3rd phase, Lira district was part of it, where up to now the constructed roads are having no bridges. The bridges were done in a shoulder way, and the heavy rain have swept the bridges, yet it was stretching, crossing from Lira to Oyam. A substandard and wrong machineries. This was another observation the committee found out. It was established that most grantees were small and medium scale, where pilot projects established at lower local government structures and level together to bring together farmers' communities to add value to their farm produce. The committee discovered that the machineries at various grantee sites were inadequate and out of capacity to process high value of farm produce. The committee further noted that the machineries were devoid of complete design specification requirements to handle farm produce across the complete value chain, thereby rendering some machines meant for value addition idle because of assembling and installation. The machines were also noted to have visible sign gradual depreciation. The committee was informed by the members of Oturuku Produce Dealers and Farmers Association in Kumi District that they had envisaged installation of machines with complete value chain specification and therefore expected the machine to hull, sort, winnow, and package rice to market standard. But this was frustrated. The committee was informed by some grantees members in the district that the district focal point person, because the ministry had allocated each focal point person at district level, they were not guiding and they didn't support the procurement of these machineries, meaning that they went blindly and some procured machineries beyond their capacity, others they were not having knowledge on how to operate it. The committee observed that there was general lack of technical support and guidance as stated in the earlier submission, and this was exacerbated with inadequate budget allocation and release for procurement of machine with requisite complete value chain specification. For example, incomplete and poor workmanship was seen in some facilities visited in Kalungu and Rakai district. 2 non-functional facilities due to lack of electricity in Bugweri. 3 government issues in Kole district. There were fights. Non-compatibility of machines in Pakwach, Palisa, and Nebi district. This all hindered the well-intended objectives of the project. Recommendation. The committee recommends that government, through the relevant ministry, especially finance, planning, and economic development, agriculture, that's MAIF, local government, energy, and mineral development, should collaborate to offer guidance and support to grantees to procure machineries with complete value chain of production. The matching grants, Right Honorable Speaker, the committee found out that some of the projects in some districts had been constructed as a result of the matching grants were complete and functional. The investment items under this component include offices, storage facilities, shelter for haulers, guard houses, fences, ventilated, improved pit latrines, weighing scale, moisture meters, power extension. The committee was impressed by some of the successful groups like Katwaniza Women Farmers Group in Oima, and Abongo Women Group in Pakwach, and Kasali Farmers Cooperative Society in Chotera, among others. The committee, however, noted that despite parliamentary approval in 2016 of the USD 150 million from the International Development Association of the World Bank to facilitate SCDP project, the implementation on various sides were noted to be less than 50% complete, with some having limited space to handle farm produce in preparation for value addition processes. On the other hand, there was also delayed disbursement of approved funds. The committee received submission from some cooperative society members that despite requisition of funds by various farmers groups, direct disbursement of funds to facilitate implementation was as a result as by then April and May 2022, which was close to the expiry of the project. For instance, Bukose Balibona, Wiwerere Growers Cooperative Union Limited in Bugweri, that applied for a grant in March 2018, received funds in 2022 April. The committee was informed by some members of a year Joint Youth Farmers Cooperative Society Limited in Kole that ever since the society applied for a grant in November 2019, no response was received from the responsible authorities. The committee received another petition from Abakalanyi Kabira Coffee Farmers Cooperative Society Limited, that is in Chotera, Kabira Sub-County. This cooperative signed a grant agreement with MAIF in January 2020 to benefit from this project. According to the agreement, the grand total of the project was 322,350,000. The cooperative was to receive 215,974,500 shillings from MAIF, while the cooperative was to contribute 106,375,000. According to the petition, MAIF released only 147,400,000. In January 2020, up to the time of the reporting, the ministry had not yet paid outstanding balance of 68,574,000. The committee further learned that there had been anomalies cited by MAIF that they required the cooperative to first address, and the anomalies had been addressed, but MAIF was not meeting their part of the agreement. The committee observed that the approval of SCDP funds were occasioned bureaucratic process that often times delayed effective project execution. Committee notes that delayed disbursement of funds could not guarantee successful and effective transformation of society whose sole livelihood was agriculture. Recommendation. The committee recommended that the project coordination unit or at MAIF should institute a mechanism to expedite requisition, approval of funds with a view of expediting their releases to facilitate project implementation. Right Honorable, I want to emphasize on this. There are very many companies that had got contracts to supply these inputs and machineries. But we have been asking up to now, it's 3 years, the project is in conclusion, but some of them have not been paid. Others have already lost properties. Others are even dead, which is not right. This money is there. Government wasn't looking for money. And Ugandans are paying this for 38 years, this loan. Financial performance of the SCDP. MAIF reported that the project's financial performance has kept improving steadily following the takeoff of the major intervention like matching grants and rehabilitation of road chokes. The committee learned that since the last mission in April 2022, disbursement has remained the same. However, the expenditure increased from USD 95.6 million to USD 106.6 million, which is mainly due to the functionality of the e-voucher, disbursement to matching grants, to guarantees under cohorts 1, 2, and 3, and payment to the contractors under road chokes. And in the table here, it shows the overall project financial performance as of 30th September 2022. Honorable members, I hope you've seen. Loan expenditure by subcomponent. We have by April 2022 and 30th 2022 September, the project spent a total of 106.9 million. Table 4 below, as also seen, the expenditure by subcomponent is put. I'm not going to read that. Government and management challenges, Right Honorable Speaker. The committee established that some guarantees were marred with complex governance and management challenges, including but not limited to leadership wrangles, weak management, poor record keeping, conflict and interest, non-accountability of grants, limited members' participation, and low farm prices. Some of the management and governance cases the committee encountered during the oversight visit were as follows. The Bugweri Maize Farmers Cooperative Union and Ayer Joint Youth Farmers Cooperative Society Limited, the members of Bugweri Farmers Cooperative made accusation of their leadership on misappropriation of this grant disbursed to the union for implementing this project. There were also reported cases of impersonation, like the case with Limoto Farmers Cooperative Society Limited in Palisa. Reports from Dokolo Young Oilseed Farmers Cooperative Society Limited of multiple special interests in the management of the grantees' affairs on account of financial contribution made by several donors. Lack of accountability of funds received by some cooperatives was largely evident with the improper and no bookkeeping when the committee requested to see the books of accounts. Some cooperatives could not produce them. Some of the farmers' associations that received matching grants were marred with conflicts of interest within, like the signatories to some accounts of the said association. For instance, the Zambogo Farmers Group in Kalungu, where they had 87 members and had the man as the chairperson and his wife. The association had received 160 million. This was managed by a family.
Procedure.
There was a lot.
Just Honorable Chair.
Mr. Speaker, issues of accountability and financial management are being raised in this report, and I'm seeing the Minister of Finance who should have responded to some of these issues leaving. I don't know how we are going to proceed, because we have heard from the report that the World Bank disbursed money to finance, and this money is not reaching to Ministry of Agriculture for implementation of projects and to the final consumers. Who has to give explanation in this kind of thing if the responsible minister has decided to run away? This is the procedural.
Yeah, thank you. No, the minister for finance made, it's one of the things we are arguing on. He has a special assignment today, so he was requesting me. And you know, it's our usual, our RI here, he's ever here. So the Minister for Agriculture is here. They are the ones who had the project, okay? They are the ones who should account for the project. So he will respond. He will able to respond. But Honorable Chair, I told members to read this report. I think just go on recommendation with me. Yeah. So that we have time for
Thank
debate.
you so much, Right
In
Honorable.
5 minutes, we should be done.
Yeah, thank you so much, Right Honorable. I was also saying those findings were too many, and I hope members' recommendation, Right Honorable Speaker. The committee recommends that government through Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and MAIF should improve on the selection criteria and capacity of the beneficiaries group to enhance ownership and sustainability. 2, MAIF should sign an MOU with suppliers to provide maintenance of the machineries and equipment, because most of these machineries that government had spent a lot of money are no longer functioning. The chairpersons and signatories to the accounts on which the Farmers Association's matching grant was deposited should be held accountable for the funds disbursed. Right Honorable Speaker, on issue of lack of electricity and water connectivity, this is so much that most of the projects were not connected. The electricity were not connected to this project or factories to operate these machineries, and it has made this project be like a white elephant. On that, the committee recommends that in future, in case of similar project, government should ensure a collaboration between the relevant ministries so that they coordinate well to ensure that the project succeeds. Project monitoring and evaluation had weak linkages, as members have said. The committee recommends that accounting officers of district local governments, like the focal point person, should arrange for regular capacity building. On SCDP, monitoring and evaluation unit should provide adequate guidance or a template to help in the supervision to the local governments for effective implementation. The respective local governments should prevail over grantees management and institute mechanism that would ensure regular monitoring. For future projects of similar nature, government should, through relevant ministry, department and agency, should adequately prepare to offer guidance and support to project beneficiaries so as to implement the project effectively. MAIF should expedite the process of connecting the projects to the national grid in order to enable the functionality of this equipment. Right Honorable Speaker, on road chokes, I want to go straight to the observation. In Chotera, 21 road chokes were identified, but only 9 were prioritized for rehabilitation. At the time of committee visit, only 2 roads under Lot 1 in Katera, Minziro, and Kasanvu, Chakaluma had been approved, and construction was ongoing. In a year, that is Kole, that's a year Bala Akalo Road in Kole district, was only 10% completion. The road projects connecting 2 sub-counties, Anungino, Kanapa, in Kumi, was not completed, and the rest in Nebi, Pakwach district were also delayed. And recommendation, I can't read whole honorable members. The ministry, that's MAIF, and Ministry of Local Government should.
Honorable Chair, let's capture the whole committee on the Hansard. I think you've done a fantastic job.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable. The report was big, though interesting, but time is not our best ally. Thank you.
And most of it has been overtaken by events. So, honorable colleagues, I open the debate now. Yes. First opportunity to those who haven't spoken today. First opportunity. So but you first take leave. Very good. So that I pick those who haven't spoken today. Okay. I'll start. Honorable, I will do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Yes, 2 minutes each. Hey, but now I'm asking myself, I have picked, and you say, some of you whom I've picked, you're saying all of us, so you want me to pick you, I leave the rest. I think some of you can volunteer not to talk, so that we save time. Yes, so let's shoot right away, Honorable colleague.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the chair of for the report. This project was going to be a good thing if it was well implemented in Uganda. Of all the World Bank projects, agricultural cluster development projects succeeded in Rwanda, Ethiopia, Tanzania, and Kenya. Why Uganda failed is because, one, it is historical. Usually, there is underinvestment in agriculture, and also the morale to practice agriculture, especially in the young people, is low. And then the issue of limited resources, because we wanted to promote public-private partnership, but the investment of the private sector and the engagement was very low. Climate change was another factor which affected, because we did not invest in irrigation systems like our neighbors, and then weak infrastructure like roads. Without transportation, you cannot have access to market. And that was a big hurdle for most farmers. And then the new technologies. Most of the farmers are smallholder farmers, and they could not adapt to these new technologies, which also hindered the development of that project and the success. And then there was also inadequate policy. There was also policy constraints, the laws related to that, and they were not well coordinated. Much as the Minister of Agriculture was responsible for this, but this project related to many other ministries, but there was weak coordination. So in the next project, I think it will be important to address some of these challenges. And then the clusters were 12, but it was covering 57 districts. And also the selection of the enterprises. When you know that your neighbors are succeeding in particular sector or crop or enterprise, you take the one where you have higher return on investment. So we went for maize, cassava, and so on. But without studying what our competitor in the neighborhood is doing. So we need to really invest in areas which is lucrative and has higher return on investment. I want to thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honorable Songa, Chair, Committee on Climate Change. Honorable colleagues, we are debating 2 reports at once. we are debating on the one of food and animal feed security. Then no intervention, yes, feed security interventions in the country, and then this one of ACDP, because they are cause-related. Thank you. Honorable James Kweketadia.
Honorable Speaker, I just have two issues to comment. One is that when it comes to agriculture, I think we should have a full-fledged policy that we go for irrigation. Let's do like we did for roads, that we actually have to ask for money from government to ensure that we go irrigation, because all this one will be wasted when it comes to having bad weather. Then two, this issue of having fake herbicide is a serious matter. And we have the Uganda National Bureau of Standards. That's where the emphasis should be. Because most of our farmers have been fleeced of a lot of money. They borrow, but eventually end up with the fake drugs and fake kind of inputs. So that is something that must be addressed. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kadidi.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I want to thank the Chair and the members for a very comprehensive report and recommendations. Honorable Minister, we thank you, Ministry, for the good intentions of supporting Ugandans produce, add value, and make wealth. Three observations catch my eye, Right Honorable Speaker. The first is in the supply of fake inputs, which is a function of procurement. We know who planned for this. We know who ordered. We know who received. We know who certified. And we know who accepted that these fake inputs should be given to the beneficiaries. We must hold the procurement teams accountable for supplying fake inputs to our people. Number two is in the post-harvest handling and value addition, which is a function of energy. In the recommendation, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Husbandry considers connection of electricity to the processing plants. This is a function of the Ministry of Energy. Honorable Speaker, if we don't speak to the need to extend electricity to our rural communities, especially at the time when we are decentralizing production, processing, and value addition to the parishes, under the Rural Electrification Program, we are setting ourselves for failure. We're producing, we're failing to add value and accessing markets. And lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the same observations that we're making here are going to befall a similar project called the National Seed Oil Project, Oilseed Project. That right now is in the middle of its implementation and will be completed soon. The beneficiary districts are saying they don't know what is happening. Why? Because of centralization of the production. I think we need to delineate the role of the central ministries' policy.
Honorable Cheranga Solomon.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I join colleagues in thanking the committee for the elaborate report that they have given. Right Honorable Speaker, the intentions of this project was actually to relieve our farmers from the burden that they have been failing to take their products to the market. However, Right Honorable Speaker, the implementation of this project has brought a lot of problems. Personally, as a member of parliament, I have been following in my constituency, in my district, and the works that has been done from there, Right Honorable Speaker, is so much wanting. You remember Buko district has very loose soils that a contractor works on a road, and once he delays until rainy season, that road has to go back to square one. We have roads like Ortek Kesman Road, Right Honorable Speaker. It had been worked on, and our farmers had started ferrying their produce to the market easily, and they are very comfortable. However, Right Honorable Speaker, because of the delays, this road had goes back to square one, and I believe across the country, that could be the problem now. And the contractor has to go back and work from square one. Our farmers are using now donkeys in ferrying the crops to their market. What I would personally suggest, Right Honorable Speaker, is that the ministry should see how best they can harmonize in payments of these contractors. Because when you go to the contractor, contractors complain a lot that they are not being paid by the ministry. So the ministry should see how best they can be paying these contractors. And some of our contractors, Right Honorable Speaker, have gone at a very big loss. They have gone to the banks to get some money so that they could do this contract, more especially in supplying these farm inputs. I have contractors who are now suffering. They have gone to the banks and they have not been paid. The interest rates have gone very high. And these people have not been paid. So, the ministry should see how best they will be paying these contractors so that they do their work. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Feta.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I join colleagues in thanking the chairperson for a very good report. I also wish to thank the ministry and government for the good intentions. Right Honorable Speaker, we have a problem in Uganda. What works is fought. What doesn't work is promoted. That is the problem we have in Uganda. NADS was a very beautiful program implemented at sub-county level, promoting enterprises and promoting suppliers at every sub-county. The economy was very vibrant. Some people decided to say it was not working. Now it is being implemented at the ministry level. You can see the challenges highlighted by the chairperson. Very complicated digitalization, which the farmers cannot manage. Banks which are not there in the vicinity are the ones selected to offer services. What is the intention? I would want to appeal to the committee to advise the ministry to go back to the approach we used in NADS, where the trickle-down effect of what we are implementing is seen right in your neighborhood. We had trading centers where a shopkeeper selling hose is supplying to the sub-county. An enterprise of pigs is supplying to the sub-county. A chicken breeder is supplying to the sub-county. Promotion, the impact of the business and the program was seen everywhere. But now you have brought it from the last man to the ministries, you're only bringing here challenges. May we review the approaches of implementation? Because after all, these are loans our people are going to pay. Our people are going to pay. Are they going to pay what they have not felt the impact? I think let's be very honest to ourselves. What works for us? What has a trickle-down effect for our people? I thank you.
Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, these are challenges we face when we are even interrogating these loans. You find the terms and conditions are cast in stone, already approved by the board of the World Bank. You can't go back. So, meaning from project inception. Yes, from project inception. You know, because they cannot change and you know, I was on the Committee of National Economy, I could see really, it would come, there's a time we even, by the way, I think we reduced money and then again, the World Bank said, no, we can't sign. We had seen a wastage of like $8 million. So they said, no, go back and approve all of it. So what is approved in Washington in the board, find you can't do much about it. So our negotiators, our project designers, from inception to negotiation, I think we need to put up our game. Honorable Tak Agnes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and I thank the chairperson for the report. Right Honourable Speaker, I'll pick it from where Honourable ended. In my view, we are really being let down by the technocrats in this country, because from the time of inception of a project, they plan, they negotiate, and do everything on our behalf. But each time they keep on doing the same thing over and over, even when it doesn't yield the results, Right Honourable Speaker. When I look at the report on food security, if you look at how the prisons and the UPDF perform, and then how the districts perform, where they go and scatter resources to different people, really it leaves a lot to be desired. Why can't the technocrats come up with something that works for us? If we need to promote big farmers in the country, then so be it, so that these who cannot do the large-scale farming can work on the farms and get paid. Everybody will benefit in a way, but when our country is moving forward. Right Honourable Speaker, when you look at the cluster program, they still went on scattering money like that with a lot of delays, and we end up not seeing anything coming out. When we have also concentrated ourselves in staying in that backward way of doing farming, you even find that Nagric does not have the necessary machinery to do the work that it is supposed to do. So if Nagric cannot, what about the ordinary farmer? That's why we even go ahead to continue planning for hose and hose and hose and hose at the center of the Ministry of Agriculture. Right Honourable Speaker, I really request, I would like us to, government to take interest in this and organize the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Industry, because Uganda is a gifted country by nature, and we can use this with new technology to become a food basket for the whole of this continent, for the whole world, if we really do what is right.
Thank you. Honourable Agnes Amede.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, and I thank the committee for the report. I have two issues in the future. Butabo was a beneficiary of this project, but the project was tied to two commodities, cassava and maize. Butabo, we don't have land. So ideally, it was not the right products to promote. Secondly, the issue of the roads. Honorable Minister, there is a road of 2 kilometers that was done for 200 million. Please, I would like answers. The terrain of this place is flat. There was no swamp, there was nothing. How was the road done for 200 million? Thank you.
So they scratched the soil and the ground and charged 200 million. So never Narude, Bavia. Followed by Honorable Katabazi. Colleagues, I'm picking you, I'm balancing. I'm balancing. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for balancing the boat. So my issues, the key issue, thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the report. Now, for me, the key issues that I see in Kassanda district regarding this project, the very first one is groups got machinery, but we have no transformers. And so we have redundant groups, we have redundant machinery that is not being utilized because there are no transformers, there is no power to operate the machines. For example, we have Mianzi maize millers, and then Kassanda. Those two have totally failed to start off, and group members are just looking at the machinery. So my recommendation would be, because they can't co-fund, so they utilize the money that was given to them, and they can't bring on board more money. So now my recommendation would be, is there a way we can look at financing the transformer so that machines can take off? Then finally, is the disbursement of grants to some beneficiaries. Some beneficiaries got funds and utilized them on other things, and were unable to utilize them on the things they were supposed to use them for. Bukuya Cooperative is one of those examples. We have issues with them, and I don't know whether you were able to reach Kasanda. I haven't seen that you reached there to monitor the groups within Kasanda. It would be good to also come by and pass by and see what we can do in there. And finally, I think...
Honorable Katawazi, you're no politician, say in conclusion.
Thank you very much.
Then finally, then as we...
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like also to add my voice to those who have thanked the chairperson of the committee. I think they did a great job, and I was lucky that the time they visited my constituents, I was there. I welcomed them in Kalungu, and of course what we found there was not exciting, where we have even one project which is an elephant, a white elephant. Not even a single kilo of coffee has been produced, and it's on the main road. Ours is not a case of power and so on. So there was a lot of lack of value for money exhibited in most of the projects, because when you look at, I think the money was about 300 million, or I don't remember very well, but when you look at what was done at Bukulula, for example, they've never produced not even a kilo. It is on the main road, by the way. On your way to the Honorable Minister, I will take him to show you that a lot of money is spent because this money is borrowed and we are all going to pay. So some people enjoying that money wrongly, I think they should be brought to book. Really, all these people involved in the Ministry of Agriculture who are involved, because there is a lot of wastage of money and I think corruption. It clearly, you can clearly see nothing was done well. And the other side, where we had a family, a husband and a wife taking over all the members and buying off, just it's one family benefiting from a government project. I think that should also, we have information to that. And then of course lastly the fake inputs. That is also another case which we should not allow. I think, I don't know, we had Dr. Abed had a bill about where we would help in that. It was contract farming. Yes, contract farming would solve that. I think that should be, Dr. Abed should be supported to bring that bill. I think that would give us a good solution. And then lastly,
Honorable Mayanja, you can't say lastly 2 times. I'm always attentive.
Thank you, Ratondo Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this project is a component of e-voucher. And when you read the report, farmers paid to receive inputs like maize, seeds, fertilizers, pesticides, but the farmers never received these inputs. I therefore recommend that, Right Honorable Speaker, these farmers should be compensated. And even the Auditor General should take interest and do what we call value for money accountability or report, so that these farmers, for those who are not given their inputs, be paid back. And under Article 164 in our constitution, those officers, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Agriculture, should be accountable. And And they give back the funds which were misappropriated. Thank you. Misused.
Thank you. Honorable Nangori, Honorable Martin, Honorable Mariam.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable, for the opportunity. I thank the chairperson for the great report. Right Honorable, I got about 2 issues. One is about fake agricultural inputs on the market supplied by the suppliers. Right Honorable, this issue is a disturbing one. I happen to be a farmer. Actually, as I talk apparently, we wanted to promote Buy Uganda, Build Uganda policy. And recently, I purchased fertilizers made in Uganda. That is NPK, urea, DAMP, to mention but a few. But when you apply these fertilizers, Right Honorable and Honorable colleagues, after 2 weeks, the crops begin drying, especially some of us who are dealing in Arabic coffee growing. They begin drying, they shed off leaves after 2 weeks after you have applied. I changed and went back to NPK because I applied the urea and the can. When I applied the NPK, it worsened the situation. And it affects even the tap roots. They peel off. If you remove the coffee trees, you will find that the tap roots are peeling off. And when I asked the extension officer, he told me that these are fake fertilizers on the market. And yet these things are made in Uganda. So my concern is that Ministry of Agriculture and UNBS should take keen interest in this, because it affects all farmers across, especially these people who are getting PDM. Actually, they are using the money to buy fertilizers that are fake. They cannot get now value for money. At the end of the day, they are supposed to pay back the money for PDM. Where will they get the money from when they are buying fake products on the market? So it's a big problem, Right Honorable Speaker, and I would like to urge the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Research and Fisheries to get big interest in this. You know, Honorable Minister, you were once in my area, that is Vulago, Stoko Farm. I'm a neighbor to that area. We grow Arabic coffee. But as I talk now, this season, we are not going to harvest Arabic coffee as expected because of fake products on the market. I have applied it twice already, but I'm at a loss. To the farmers, they get these products on a what? On a loan. Instead of buying at cash at 125 per bag of 50 kilograms, they are getting at 200,000 per bag, simply because they pay during harvesting period of November, December. How are they going to pay back the money when they are not able to get genuine products on the market? So you need to check suppliers. It's a serious issue, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, and I stop there.
Thank you, Honorable Martin Muzare, Honorable Miriam Mukai, then followed by Honorable Tsime Juliet.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'll begin with the choice of the bank. Right Honorable Speaker, you cannot pick a bank that is Kampala-based and it's going to serve the interests of people in Lamu, Kamuli. The cost involved is so high for those people to move to those banks which are Kampala-based. Right Honorable Speaker, the second issue is about efficiency of our systems. ESAC applies for these grants in 2018. They receive approval in 2022, when actually most of the members have already given up. And this is the reason why a few members begin now to plan around and enjoy this money when it has come in. Because most of the members have already lost morale by the time the money comes in. The third one, Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of feasibility studies. We pay a lot of money to consultants firms to do this work for us. But I don't know what could be the problem. Someone comes up with a feasibility study and says it's okay for us to put a maize mill somewhere, where he knows there is no electricity. We go ahead to implement the project, we put up the facility there, and there is no power. And this is happening in so many of these projects. In local government, it is actually a bigger challenge. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of our loans. Many of these loans have not performed. I remember I want to give an example. Kasore project, which is in my district, Kamoli. We gave it a lot of money, Right Honorable Speaker. But I cannot today even tell you that I know even 10 people in my district that have benefited from the Kasore project. And we are almost putting close to 60 billion. It is 4 years down the road. I cannot give accountability of what my people around that project have benefited. Right Honorable Speaker, it is a challenge to us as members of parliament because we pass these loans with high expectations. But at the end of the day, we see nothing. Like the way the chairperson has narrated the story, it is really bad that we have put in $150 million and nothing. Almost, we have only been able to achieve like 30% of money.
Thank you. Honorable Miriam Mukai.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to appreciate the chairperson and the committee for the report. And mine is on the issue of the agricultural extension workers. This program is really indeed good. And if it performed well, it would help our people come out of poverty. Because I know 80% of our people in the country benefit from agriculture. But when you look at the extension workers in our communities, I don't know whether they don't have the morale or they are not interested. But if you're to look at the support that they give to our farmers, there is a lot desired. The ministry should find a way to scale up the support that they give to our people in our communities. If we are to get the support that we desire, like if you've distributed seedlings in many forms, because there are grants that are given to our people in the community. But people do not know how to plant in a modern way, and there is no support that is given to them from the extension workers. And yet you know that every sub-county has an extension worker. I don't know, Honorable Minister, whether they are fully trained, whether they are selected well, but as a country, we need to revise the system of supervising our farmers in the country. In Bale district, we also have machinery that is not functional because there is no electricity. Many of the people have come to me and the machines are redundant. So money is wasted simply because there is no electricity. So Honorable Minister, the extension workers should be looked at, and if they are checked, they should improve, and then our country will move forward. Thank you.
Honorable Tseme Julius.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And thank you, Chairperson, for the presentation and the good report. I want to thank the committee because SCDP is a strategic project, well-intentioned, but I don't know what went wrong along the way. Because the components it has are creative innovations that would spur our agricultural productivity as a country. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to speak to one thing which I believe desired a multi-sector approach. How do we have 179 factories put up and 93 of those cannot access electricity? This is an appeal for us as a country to do what we call a multi-sector approach in everything we are doing. Let's have a way of integrating all the components. In my constituency, I have a water project, urban water project, which has failed to take off because it requires electricity to pump the water up here. So in our planning, we need all sectors to engage in this, and we push because it had SCDP had components of ICT, it had components of Ministry of Works, which I think if they had come together, it would be a success. On food security, Right Honorable Speaker, we cannot talk of sustainable food security without proper quality and improved seeds and seedlings. Right now, the rainy seasons are coming, and our population is already asking for improved seeds. Right Honorable Speaker, to have sustainable food livelihoods, we must cascade the efforts of having food to the lower local communities. It cannot only be done by these entities like prisons, by UPDF, by my friends in Naro and others. We need to provide and have a center where we can access quality seed, and we always cascade it to the local farmers in my village and other villages across the country. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Joel Leku, Honorable Osoru Morin, Honorable Ndamira, Honorable Kugonza Emery.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I join my colleagues in thanking the committee for a good report. Right Honorable Speaker, it is clear that there has been a lack of coordination in the whole project, and the selection of projects, where some projects have been forced to members. Then there's been a lack of monitoring of these projects. But Right Honorable Speaker, if you look at coordination, how does the Minister of Agric, Maif, get to do roads in Uganda? When you have the whole Minister of Works, which is mandated to do roads in this country, what capacity does Minister of Agric has to do good roads? I think this is real uncalled for. This is properly lack of coordination. Let the right mandate go to the right ministry. We even have a Minister of Water, and you find Agric is doing water everywhere. So how efficient can these projects be done if we don't address, put the right element in the right ministry? I think going forward, we need to sit down. In the future projects, we need to correct all these things so that we have a well-delivered project. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable, this is just all about program-based budgeting, which we are doing. We are doing it without doing it. We are doing it when we are not doing it. And that's why up to now we are waiting for an amendment from the government on amending the PFMA, which would enable us also to amend our rules of procedure so that we do away with the sectoral committees to program committees. Because if we have 18 programs and that's how we are supposed to be handling the budget, I told you last time I had a situation where it was so difficult for me. I think it was roads to do with KCCA. The money had been put under KCCA, the program put under infrastructure. Okay? Now, the committee for infrastructure, please. The committee for physical infrastructure could not process the project, the money, because the vote was not under physical infrastructure. It was under presidential. Now, presidential could also not process because the work plans were in ministry, were put under the Committee for Physical Infrastructure. So now we suffered the road. We sent it to Rules Committee. Rules says, no, we cannot amend the rules which would not reflect the requirements of the PFMA. So first amend the PFMA. So the General kind of guide Minister of Finance, they enable us so that we process the budget very well. And then now it will be even a requirement when you are negotiating budgets, projects, consider program-based planning. And then we move very well as a ministry. So I had allowed from Honorable Soru Morin, and then Honorable Emre Kugonza, and then Honorable Catherine Ndamira.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to join my colleagues in thanking the Chair for that great report she has just presented. Right Honorable Speaker, it still baffles me until now. Emphasis have been made by members that indeed the counterfeits in the market, Right Honorable Speaker, government has been doing a lot to make sure that we do away with counterfeit products, even fertilizers and agricultural inputs. But year in, year out, it seems a lot of efforts that government is making, it's just at waste. As a matter of way forward, why don't we, as Parliament, invite UNBS to come and interact with the relevant committee to tell us exactly what's happening? Because we do not understand. Maybe we are here seated, we do not know if UNBS is having staffs in order to check on the quality of all these agricultural inputs. It's a request that we interact with UNBS such that we do away with this year in, year out, Right Honorable Speaker. It seems it's not stopping. Because even as we talked this year, next year again the same things will be happening. What could be happening with UNBS? I request that the relevant committee interacts with UNBS. We want to know the problem. Thank you.
Committee on Trade, you are assigned with that. Honorable Kugonza.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the committee for a very comprehensive report. But what I have observed over the years in terms of project development in this country, there has been a problem. Many projects actually fail at the design stage. And it's a pity that as Parliament, we normally come at the tail end to do post-mortem. But how I wish the Minister of Agriculture and other ministries in this country would give an opportunity to Parliament to participate in project development, at least to look at the concept. And I have been observing members here, and I want to believe that our Parliament has got one of the best brains in this country that can actually positively critique and offer solutions that can work for the country. I was surprised when I saw actually in the project concept that the Minister of Agriculture is actually going to do roads. And it did not even surprise me when it came to Kibale district, where we had 2 roads that actually were part of the agriculture cluster development program failed. Even up to today as we speak, the project has closed, but the roads are not completed. And this is actually putting a vote of no confidence to the program approach. We would actually have seen actually agriculture working together with the Minister of Works, doing the roads, because they have the experts. But also, when it comes to actually talking about production, you cannot talk about production that will succeed and deliver the results that you want if it is not linked to the market. And when you look at the analysis of the entire project, it was actually all scattered here and there. We need to actually work on programs that when we are done market analysis, guide the farmers. And in this particular case, we really need to look at, we have the project cycle. But for the project cycle, sometimes you need also to look at the project cycle of the communities. And that's why it becomes very fundamental that you must get down to understand the priorities, to understand the way of life of the communities, and then be able to actually deliver kind of conceptualized projects that will work for the people. Now, one thing that we can actually see, we have seen many of the reports around. We are talking about overproduction. And I will point out one particular case of milk, that in this country, we have overproduction of milk. And we are talking about 4 billion liters of milk. But when you look at the milk per capita consumption, you look at the schools. Why can't we link with the education sector and come up with a school feeding program that should be able to take the balance of the milk? We are looking at people, for example, every time we are promoting poultry, in the communities, you are actually seeing every time the prices go down and people locally, they cannot be able to consume the milk because there is a cost. So if you have to talk about economic independence of a country, you need to upgrade this and talk about economic sovereignty. And the sovereignty means that the participation of the citizens must be very, very important. I think ministries and departments of government, we need to go back to the basics of project development. I submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Emre Kugonza. Like on that issue of milk, Honourable Minister, I visited a friend of mine who produces around 7 million liters per annum in Portugal. What was so interesting, for him, he feeds his calves on powdered milk. And he says it is cheaper. Yes, his calves. Yes, they feed on powdered milk, and he says it is cheaper. And he says, but also it helps him so that in case the mother has a disease or a problem, it does not transfer it to the calf. But I was shocked when he said it is cheaper for them to use powdered milk. He's coming here soon, no minutes I will introduce him to you. And you see the technology they use, and it's surprising. So you'd find all this milk would process, powdered milk being cheap, being affordable, and all that. And otherwise, I've had people cry. Sometimes milk is down, then now tea is down. Sectors. And you know, Ugandans, we are not patient. I know people now who are cutting down tea. Yes, uprooting. Ever in Honorable Magezi's area. Many. And Fort Portal. Yes, Honorable Ndamira, what does Kigezi say?
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me also to join the members to thank the chairperson of the committee and the members. Right Honorable Speaker, I have listened to the chairperson. She has done her part, but I tried to fit in Kigezi, and I found it wasn't fitting in very well. Right Honorable Speaker, Kigezi is the kind of hard. When we talk of roads, we need to consider the hard rocks that are supposed to be broken by those contractors. But it has not been easy. And when I found that they were given some money, it was little compared to the work that is needed. I want to continue thanking you that you have tried, but I also want to put this aside and want to let the minister know that Kigezi should be considered separately. Why can't you consider those hard-to-reach areas, not like those I heard a colleague saying that those areas of theirs, it is a flat one, so there is nothing to work on. But Kigezi is different. Another thing I have heard of...
Honorable, that's not what Honorable Agnes Amede said. She was just talking about road, just the road. But
yes, I'm also
this project, the road was a very small component of it. So it might be presented as if in Butebo there was nothing to work on.
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm trying to bring in the point that Kigezi have hard rocks, meaning that they should be considered differently. Another issue I want to say that I've heard the president sing of a 1-acre model, which I've not seen.
No, he has the president, for those who are a bit extensive for, then like Kigezi 1-acre model, Nyakana, that's why he's saying.
I am saying that in Kabale, we don't have that, we no longer have that land. I am a member of parliament. I am speaking for my people. I don't have 1 acre. Now I am asking, if those people don't have 1 acre, can we reduce it to what we have? Why can't the ministry at least bring a heifer to that family that needs to also grow economically? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Naume Kawasharila, Honorable Ochero, Honorable Kujizibwe, and youth.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the chairperson and the committee. Mr. Speaker, I think Ministry of Agriculture has had a history of implementing projects, getting good projects and getting good money from loans, but implementing them either poorly or not well. The history I'm talking about is that one time it was given money, a lot of money, to construct water in areas which were really very dry, Karamoja, and then the corridor, of, which don't have water. But I want to tell you that it even caused the minister by then, who was the vice president, to be put on order to be censured. And the money, up to today, if you go to any place where those dams were constructed, you will not see water. You will only see something like a dam without water, dry dam. I've never seen a dry dam, but you can get them in that. So likewise, in this project, it was a very, very good project. But as my colleagues, the previous speakers said, that we need to do some feasibility study, and then after that, we see where the project should fit, and then how it should be implemented. That one will bring in the procurement group, which is the PPDA, will bring in this technocracy we are talking about, and then also the marketing and the coordination. Of course, when the project is good and then you don't have marketing, like Honorable Kugonza said, so what is it for? I saw people producing beans in my constituency, and I want to tell you that they did not have where to sell them, because they added value by putting fertilizers, but they had nowhere to sell them. So, and that is money. Now, I have a problem, a big one. I don't want to say that Ministry of Agriculture cannot work on roads. They can, because they also have engineers. They actually have good engineers. They can. But I have a bridge which was given, it was constructed 1 billion. That was in 2020. Up to today, it is done like 20%, and you can see the project has ended. Honorable Speaker, I have moved to the ministry, to the PS, to the what. There's nothing. The contractor said he has a certificate which is supposed to be paid, but they refuse to pay. I don't know for what reason. And they are saying that there is no money. The PS says that he did not do good work. The man says that you pay me what I have done, and then I will continue working, and then you pay the other certificates. I want to tell you that, Mr. Speaker, my constituency people, they are suffering just because of the ping pong between the PS and the contractor. For us, what we want is the bridge. Whether he has done, why should you say that he has not done a good work? When you have monitors, when you have engineers who are project managers, you have engineers who are monitoring, why should you say that the contractor has not done the work and you cannot pay? If he has not, why don't you cancel the contract and you give it to another person to do it? It goes even to the roads. Actually, for us, we got what I would call, what is naturally say that Bioya Bianswa from the project. Bioya Bianswa, I don't know, the Baganda can interpret it, getting nothing out of the project.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you. Now, Honorable Minister, if the project has ended, what would happen to such a projects that are pending? Okay? Honorable Norman Zochero, let's see what's in Karamoja.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to first take the opportunity to thank the committee for producing a report, which I would call it a challenge. They produced more of a challenge than the report. Mr. Speaker, Uganda has many problems, one of which is unemployment. Mr. Speaker, Uganda has very good soils, very fortunate. We equally have very reliable rainfall in many parts of the country. And Mr. Speaker, if we had put a lot of interest in making agriculture productive, Mr. Speaker, I was convinced that the employment level in this country would go up to 80%. I would believe if agriculture was made productive and professional, could employ up to 80% of the people of this country. But as you can hear, they debate a report on a project on agriculture is full of challenges only, throughout. Mr. Speaker, you see that there's a problem in this country. Mr. Speaker, this country is serious. For example, look at the effort we put on putting roads in this country. You look at the effort we have put in place to ensure power is in this country. you can see the amount of success that we can afford. Mr. Speaker, what if we put that energy on making agriculture productive? How many people would we employ? Mr. Speaker, even so, it is unfortunate that agriculture suffered the biggest shame in this country. When I was in primary, weeding the school garden was left for latecomers. It was a punishment. When you come late, they punish you by saying, go and weed. We took it as agriculture is a punishment. No wonder even a student who comes from university, even the one who has done agriculture, does not practice agriculture, does not enter. He looks for another job. Even the extension workers, the one in charge of agriculture advising people, has no garden at all. And he's busy advising people how to farm. Mr. Speaker, my issue was, we are talking about agriculture. Anyway, if you look at this project in particular, we don't have it in Karamojong. But I would say, Karamojong practically move up and down because of weather challenges. They only have a cow as the reliable garden. Because a Karamojong can plant 7 crops. Out of that, only one can succeed. Only one. Leaving them with the cow as the most only reliable garden, which can be sifted if there's no water. Now, therefore, if you are now telling them that we need, because we also need agriculture, which means we don't need a lot of mindset change. For example, which kind of crop should they grow? Which kind of crop should they plant, and where is the market? So I thought for us, we need to begin from the very basic. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the challenge of employment in this country would be no more if we could put a lot of interest in promoting agricultural production. Otherwise, it is still very embarrassing if you can hear the level of debate and the level of challenges that come from project. And secondly, agriculture is managed as a project on a project basis. Yeah, this one has started, it has ended. Okay, this one is now ending. By the way, I'm saying agriculture is one of the biggest sectors in this country. It cannot be handled in a project manner. It is a joke. We should put a lot of interest and a priority as a country on managing our agriculture, not on funds from Bazungu in US.
Thank you, Honorable. That's Honorable Norman Ochero, former chairman OC5 BIM district, you can say.
Thank you
Yes,
very much,
Honorable
right.
Kizibwe.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Masindi district was one of the beneficiary districts, and in Masindi the story is not any different. We are having a road which is called Ibaralibi Alimugonza Kitanyata. Yes. And up to tomorrow, this road is not worked upon. The people have cried. Actually, the people on the other side of the road wanted to move to another nation. They were like, now for us, we are in another country. Then the issue of power. Of course, now here we are like, this has been the challenge, it has been the challenge, but what is the way forward? I want to request that now that we have already invested a lot of monies in these projects, can the Ministry of Energy move as fast as they can to make sure power is given to these projects? Otherwise, we are just wasting the money there. Then generally, on agriculture moving forward, we are having a problem of the high cost of fertilizers. You can just imagine a bag of 50 kilograms of fertilizer going for 200,000. How many of our people in the villages can really afford a bag of 200,000? So at the end of the day, you find that people are just guessing whatever they are doing. They are unable to practice the good agriculture. Then the other thing is about the post-harvest handling. Most of our people, we don't have silos, Honorable Minister. So people go to and harvest their maize, their whatever, the beans, the nuts and whatever, and how to keep the maize and whatever they have harvested is so hard. And at the end of the day, we end up, our crops end up losing value. I want to suggest that as a Ministry of Agriculture, equally think about the post-harvest handling. Thank you very much.
Honorable Court Boniface, Honorable Santa, Honorable Nabukeranifa.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
I also want to join the rest of my colleagues in thanking the committee for this elaborate report. Right Honorable Speaker, I listened to this report with a lot of pain because surely it's a shame that we still have technical officers or technocrats who continue to dodge their responsibilities, and yet the consequences of dodging these responsibilities are very, very dire. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a general agreement that for us to optimally benefit from our agricultural sector, mechanization is core. And the outputs of mechanization can only be realized when we have machines that are standard. In this report, you constantly listen to projects where the machines are either substandard or wrong. I want to find out from the minister on how government is going to address this particular form of corruption that is now so rampant in our agricultural mechanization agenda. Secondly, is still on the place of planning and coordination in our projects. Right Honorable Speaker, when I read this report much earlier, I took the effort of visiting some of these youth groups that had benefited under this specific program in the areas of Ayer, Bala. Equally shocked about the nature of these white elephant projects. You find machines installed without electricity, value addition machines installed without water. Right Honorable Speaker, like you've guided, rightfully guided, we must adopt the program-based planning and budgeting. But from what I see, this could perhaps serve in the long run, because now the processes of dealing with the Public Finance Management Act and then eventually bringing to the House. My question to the minister is that these projects are meant to benefit our people. What is your plan to deal with this dilemma squarely in the short run? Finally, I really want the ministry to comment on particularly the National Irrigation Master Plan, the implementation, because there are still complaints, and yet this is one of the master keys that we have to unlock our potential in agriculture. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Santa, then Honorable Nabukera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join colleagues in thanking the chair and the committee for coming up with these two good reports. The first question, Mr. Speaker, how shall we come to an end to this problem of us borrowing money for the intended plan and then the money go to a waste? Actually, for me, some of these loans are a bonanza. The second question to the Minister of Agriculture. In the first report on the food insecurity, the committee made mention that in some areas, like Karamojo, there's a lot of food insecurity to the tune of 41%, followed by Teso, 21, and then Langacholi, West Nile at 19. Do you have any plan to redistribute food? Because according to the report, in some areas we have adequate food, and in some areas there's food lacking. So is there any plan? Because this is a question of distribution of food where it's in plenty to areas where it's not there. As a government, I thought you should buy some of this food and then you take it to areas which are lacking. Then secondly, to the second report, Oyam happened to be one of the districts which benefited on this. But we have roads, as the chair indicated, which are incomplete. We have areas where we were supplied with machineries, for example, the rice millers, but we don't have power. The problem, Mr. Speaker, that I see is that, which the two reports covered, the Ministry of Local Government is not involved in some of these issues. So I want to know from you, because the two reports captured that. The Ministry of Local Government is the face of this country, where all the programs and projects and activities are implemented. And if they are left out, Mr. Speaker, they know the farmers, the projects are being implemented into their areas, and I wonder why that's why, Mr. Speaker, the issue of extension workers are there but dormant. So, the Minister of Local Government, you are here seated. I also want to hear from you, because these programs and projects are implemented.
Thank you. Honorable Anifa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to join my colleagues in thanking the chairperson of the committee and the members. Mine I want to re-emphasize because I totally deal with these district agriculture extension officers, but they stop at the district and they are totally dormant. Whereas I think they are supposed to be going over sub-counties to check actually how our farmers are moving with their products, how the farming is going on in our district. But then when you find out from them, you find them seated in the office and you request them actually probably to visit a sub-county. They say they don't have transport and facilitation. So I would want to implore the Ministry of Agriculture to revive this district agriculture extension workers. Secondly, I want to talk about the UNBS. Finance Committee got a chance of having a meeting with the UNBS, but they told us that the goods in the field have their seals, and they employ people to go and actually look out for fake products. But I'm telling you, they are not doing enough, because you find expired drugs on the market, and then after that they keep referring to us that they are doing their part in making sure that they get those people who are selling the counterfeit products. So I urge Minister of Agriculture to work hand in hand with NBS for that matter. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable colleagues, we don't have much time. Yeah, see the time. But we have Honourable Guzuri was a mover of this. So I will just, the time. I'm just going to pick a colleague from Acholi. I think we hadn't picked someone from Acholi. Then, I think we need Sebei. We didn't pick a person. In Uganda, we have picked. Okay? Yeah? Yes. I will allow. Honorable Chemonges has been here. I have Phyllis and Chemonges, but one of you should. Let me pick Acholi.
Thank you so much, the Right Honourable
Honourable
Speaker.
colleagues, I know this is interesting, but see where we are, and we need answers from the Minister. I'm sorry.
The Right Honourable Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues to appreciate the committee for the report presented on the floor of Parliament. My concerns, specifically, I wanted the Minister to respond and give us a report. I have been trying to follow up many of the projects implemented by the government in the community, and many of them have failed. And some of the reason why they have failed, because the ministry have failed to do a comprehensive assessment, especially on the issue of the soil types, what crop work well where, and what does not work well where. And this is the same reason where I am finding this same particular part of the project is failing. And I wanted to find out from the minister, do you have a report, a comprehensive report that gives details of the types of soil in this country? When you want to give a project in a particular area, you know this crop work well in Karamoja, this one work well in West Nile, this one work well in Acholi, this one work well in central Uganda.
If you have that report, I think it would be prudent enough for us to get to know, because that is part of the reason. There has been misplacement of seeds given to area where the crop does not work, and that is why the project is failing. We need to do a comprehensive assessment on this. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Chamanges.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I want to join my colleagues in thanking the committee for this very important report. For me, I represent, I think, about 95% of farmers from my constituency. But I want to talk on behalf of the whole survey that what we have discussed here and what is in the report, all challenges are found in survey. Mr. Speaker, I wonder how our people will even pay the loans that we are getting. Because we are borrowing on behalf of farmers. But we are not delivering what we borrow to the farmers. I want to take an example. We have machines. For example, in my constituency, I have a sub-counter called Kitawoi, where they procured a very powerful grinding machine. And it was installed in an area where there is no power. For the last 12 years now, the machine is there, farmers have the maize, there is no power, they are not using. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we really need to be very faithful to ourselves. The money that we tell farmers that we have sent to UDB Bank to support farmers is not actually supporting farmers in our country. I did analysis in my constituency and also did analysis in the entire Bay region. None of our farmers have benefited from all the billions. I made time and when to UDB to confirm. There's actually a lot of money which is meant to support farmers. But, Right Honorable Speaker, I can confirm to you that all these members know about this. There is no local farmer from our constituencies who can access this money. The people.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, what I'm going to do, because I have colleagues who have not spoken anything today, have not been given an opportunity, but they've been seated here and they were among the first stand up. And I know them. Okay? So, we are going to make a deal of 1 minute. After one, starting with Haji, followed by Sharifa, followed by Christine. No, I know what time you came in. Yeah, followed by Christine, followed by Chemutai, followed by Dr. Florin. Okay. Anyway, Dakas, today you spoke. No, on this there is no procedure. Those who have already submitted, no, Honorable, you've just walked in. Please. I'm not blind, I know. Please, let's go.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity.
When you're in, out, I've been here the whole day. So that business, you go to town, you do your business, you come back here, you say you've been here. Please. No.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to thank the committee for giving us this elaborate report on the floor of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to put my concern on the issue of accountability. This issue of giving money to the farmer groups and the accountability is not done has really damaged our country. And the follow-up of these funds that have been given to the farmers have not also been done well. A lot of projects have been done, like NUSAF, there was that element of farming activity, Operation Wealth Creation, NADS, all these monies have been put into waste, in the sense that there are policies that are made in order to do follow-up for these monies. when these monies are given to the farmers, the monies are not followed. You will find that in other aspects, it said that the monies will be rotational. When you have benefited from it, and someone different will also benefit.
Ashdar Sharifa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I would like to thank the committee chairperson and the team for the report. Right Honorable Speaker, in Koboko district where I come from, I was cheerleading my people to embrace this program. And in West Nile in particular, 12 roads were earmarked and 21 road linkages. As a cheerleader, I encouraged my farmers that the roads were going to be made. How do I go back to those farmers and now tell them that the project has been closed? I'm really wondering on how to handle this situation. I'm ashamed and baffled to go back to them. How will they look at us as a government? How will they look at us as a country? Why were these not implemented on time? And why were we not given heads up before coming here and publicly speaking on public television that the project has been closed and nothing has been done? Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm very ashamed right now. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable question.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Kumi district benefited from the ACDP project. And by then when I was at the district, the Minister of Agriculture gave us an IPF of 8 billion to work on the road chokes. The council went ahead and identified the road chokes basing on the guidance of the engineer. And all that was not done. My recommendation, because of time, is that in the near future, when we have similar projects, the line ministries should communicate the right IPFs to avoid this scenario where council ends up identifying many projects and yet the money cannot handle. Number two, we now have cassava in Kumi district and the entire Teso. The people of Kumi are really pleading with the government, if possible, let us have the cassava processing plants. And when we have the cassava processing plants, there should be a clear marketing strategy, since even the vision and the point at hand by our government is to reduce the 39%. Mr. Speaker, there is no way we can say we are reducing the 39% when farmers are producing a lot and there is nowhere they can sell to. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Chemutai.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I would like to thank the committee for the report. Kapchorwa district received inputs from SCDF. They received fertilizer, saplings. They constructed even those structures of grinding mills, processing coffee mills. They are all there because there is no power in many of those areas where the structures have been put. Like many people have said, they are not connected to power. So they have been on waste for all these 5 years. At first, this project was doing very well in our district. Many farmers were very happy to receive it. They received the inputs in time, but later on, things went wrong. They started delays, and our farmers got discouraged. And even since they think the project is coming to an end now, our people had already stopped applying for anything from the project because of the delays. And then whatever they asked for at the end, whatever they asked for was not given to them. But what they received was a decision by other people. So this one brought a lot of confusion, and even the percentage share was increased. It was at first 70 to 75 to 25. Then later on, it came to 50 to 50. Farmers gave up and said, no, we can stand on our own and buy these inputs at the right time because there were so many delays.
Dr. Kiki, then Chirhura Faith Nakul.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Yesterday I forgot to thank God on your behalf, and I'll continue praying for you. My Mother Mary continue to protect you. My question is, who is to blame? who was the project manager of this project, big project of how many billion dollars? Because to me, somebody must be answerable. Is everybody, there's nobody going to prison out of all this mess. There's there more space. Because this is corruption of highest level. We are talking of corruption. Somebody must be answerable to Ugandans. And can we identify those people? Let them go and sleep somewhere for some days. Minister of Energy, Honorable Dr. Nankabirwa, where is the power? Where is the power? All these machines are lying idle, not connected. Can you come to a conclusion? We need connection. All this money going to the waste, you people. I'm ashamed. I'm ashamed.
Thank you, honorable colleagues, for projects which are like the one raised by Honorable Chemongis, projects of that nature that either need power or electricity. Please register them with the clerk. I'm going to assign the clerk, okay, so that we can write to the minister, and because it's a shame. It's a really big shame. Yes. Chiruhura.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Let me join my colleagues in thanking the committee and the committee chair for the good report. Right Honourable Speaker, the project was very good, the plan was good, but still the problem is implementation. And to me, I recommend before we do anything, we should do demand-driven. Some projects are put in places where they are not demanded. So the issue of demand-driven is necessary. Right Honourable Speaker, my other concern is on food security, the report of yesterday, and especially on seedlings for our farmers. I will specifically talk about coffee seedlings. Right Honourable Speaker, we have mobilized our farmers. They are very ready. They want to join money economy. But as we talk, when you go to the Ministry of Agriculture to ask for seedlings, they are telling us PDM. Yes, we appreciate PDM, but PDM doesn't cover all our farmers. So we need to go back and replan about the coffee seedlings, maize seeds, bean seeds, and we support our farmers. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nakut, Honorable Tom Bright, Honorable Singh.
Right Honourable Speaker, it is unfortunate that we are having this conversation when the project ended, when reports have been filed, when the project already failed. In other words, we are having this conversation to comfort ourselves. Now, or maybe there will be a learning for future projects. If it is so, then my comment will focus on that learning. The learning is this, that when we want to implement a project to develop a sector like agriculture, it doesn't make sense that we spread it the whole country, widen the scope and make it ambiguous, make it impossible to implement. That is why we are here now lamenting. We got PDM, 39%, then we say, let's give the whole country. We got NUSAF 3, we say, let's give it the whole country. So, and when you give the whole country, eventually this is what you get. This is the result. Even PDR, the whole country. I don't know if it is us, the politicians, making it look like the whole country should be served at all times for everything, then this is a learning. The next time when we see a project going to any part of the country, we should support it. Even if it doesn't come to Napak district, we should support it. Let that part of Uganda develop. Let that part of Uganda produce more food to feed us who are not producing. That is my submission.
Thank you. Honorable Tom Bright.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Chair. Mr. Speaker, my main issue is about co-funding projects. In most cases, you find the Ministry of Agriculture brings us projects for co-funding. For example, irrigation scheme now. The suppliers give us
the materials which are not really on a standard. You find you co-fund 25% and the government puts 75%. But the total amount you top up, for example, like 7 millions, and you find they give you only 1 tank, hose pipes, and a small solar pump, cannot even help a farmer to have a good outcome. To me, I appeal to you, before you outsource the supplier, why don't we first assess and analyze the actual prices of the items which are going to be supplied to the farmer? Because most of our farmers are cheated in the village. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I would appeal the Minister of Agriculture to help us and take over the issue of manure. Most of our farmers are suffering with manure. The manure or the fertilizers are very costly. And I believe with the proper technology and technocrats we have in the ministry, they can also make a proper manure which can be supplied to our area. Lastly, on the list, Right Honorable Speaker, is the storage of the outcome of agriculture. Most of our areas, we don't have storage facilities. We normally see big stores which were there when we were not yet born, and they are no longer there in our areas. I would prefer the storage facilities to be at a sub-county level, like the way it used to be, so that we can get a good outcome from agriculture. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Singh, Harriet. Switch on. This is one of the survivors I had, honorable colleagues.
We are alive by God's grace. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to add my voice on the members that have come up to thank the chairperson and the committee. And specifically, I wish to thank them for having created time to come to my district, Hoima district. Thank you so much. I think you saw the trouble. This program is nowhere in Hoima district, at least much as it is on the list. And in the books, my people have not benefited. Right Honorable, this program failed at inception. Even at application, that is where there was a mess. And I'm wondering, Right Honorable, whether Uganda is yet ready for e-systems. Once you come and say people apply through e-systems, everything fails. I believe maybe we have to revisit the way we are doing things, because technically it's like when you say e-systems, it's like saying the rural is off, is out of the way. Not only for this program, but look at what is happening to PDM. They're telling chiefs to go, the people, they apply online. The chiefs do not have computers, even when the minister said that the computers that were used in census go to process PDM. Right Honorable, it is us, the MPs now, who are buying computers to run PDM. It is very unfortunate. I believe we need to make an overhaul of the projects that come, because most of them are white elephants. We get embarrassed as leaders. You go and blow your trumpet, you see as an MOP, as government, this project has come. The project dies in incubation. It is unfortunate, and it is a shame on us as a country, and I just pray that we do better. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Dr. Pio Sekabira, and then Musana.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the committee chair for that detailed report. Honorable Minister, one of the issues raised is on the e-voucher payment system. And in my constituency, we mobilized people. They paid for tarpaulins. Till date, they have never received it. The Auditor General's report shows that 4.9 billion shillings was paid, and they have never received the beneficiaries, the inputs that they should have received. When is that money going to be refunded? Because they are now thinking that government has defrauded them. Secondly is on the road chokes. The chair talked about the road in Kole district of 24 kilometers. It was constructed at 1.9 billion. Each kilometer at 80 million shillings. As we speak right now, there's an oilseed project. Again, they are going to construct a road at 113 million shillings per kilometer. The highest bidder is the one who is being considered for that itself. In Kole, I used to think that in corruption, commission is 10% and then 90% does the work. Now I've learned is the reverse. Commission is 90%, it is 10% that does the work. The Auditor General's report on the ACDP is showing that there were overpayments in 90% of the contractors. And actually it states that 827 million is supposed to be refunded. Work wasn't done. She's complaining about ping pong between the PS and the contractor. But the reality is the money was already paid and the work hasn't been done. To me, actually, I've given up on these projects.
Honorable Sekabera.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you have just guided that those areas that have machines, but there is no power connection, compile that data with.
In fact, put it in my office. Do it with my office.
Thank you,
So
Right
that I
Honorable
follow up
Speaker.
with
But
the
my
money.
point is, in Katikamu North, we do not have those machines. We never benefited. So we cannot miss out on machines and also miss out on this bonanza of distributing power. Right Honorable Speaker, may it please you to allow me submit compiled data from Katikamu North constituency that will also benefit from distribution of power. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, now, honorable colleagues, I don't have any bonanza. What I was concerned about, you had Honorable Chemonges, okay, from Queen, has said 12 years, government put up a facility, there is machinery, but we've never connected power, so the machinery has been lying idle for 12 years, and this was on their own. So now I'm coming in to say, in fact I was guided by my brother, Honorable Edakas, to say, look, why can't you use your authority as a deputy speaker to engage? I'm also going to beg. But you remember, honorable colleagues, there is what we, yesterday, I think, was it yesterday or Thursday last week, when we assigned the Minister for Energy to submit all projects under TIBEA. That was around 2018 project, where we passed a project that was going to connect all sub-counties in the country, TIBEA, and then SCARA project. So we said she should give us updates, which will go to the committee for full scrutiny, and then the committee will present on the floor. So, Honorable colleague, I would request you to liaise with the Chair Natural Resources so that your areas, you see whether they are captured under those to benefit. Thank you. Honorable Musana Eric, Honorable Margaret Makoa.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the process of implementing government projects is quite difficult. The implementation process on many government projects is failing, not because the design was poorly done, but because there seems to be a level of connivance within the system to defraud the whole process. Imagine a situation where a project, the beneficiaries apply for a project for 3 years without financing, and the money is there, and then the whole process is failed. Secondly, money is there, but then the payments are not effected, and then you wonder who is failing who. Because project management, program management is quite difficult in many government projects. If you compare with the private sector, if you go in the NGO world, people have a lot of trust in the NGO world than in government. It is a big shame to where you see the Ugandans are not really in trust of government projects. I would concur with the other colleagues who have proposed that whoever was involved should be checked out, and then we see how efficiency of these projects being done. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Margaret Makoa, Honorable Aisha, Honorable Repe, Honorable Mshemeza. We conclude with Honorable Oguziri.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. I also want to thank the chairperson of the committee for the good report. Very unfortunate that we are here discussing the post-mortem, but let's not be like the Bourbon monarchs who learned nothing and forgot nothing. Though Namaingo is not a beneficiary on this project, we also expect to benefit from the oil seed project.
But I'm now scared if this one has failed. Where do I get the confidence to mobilize my people to come and embrace this project of oil seed project when this one has failed? It's like we have people who have planned to loot this country who deliberately are failing the projects. And what scares me, what worries me, this is money that has not benefited the country. Why can't we bring to book some of these people deliberately who are defrauding this country? We should not just talk, lament, and then walk away. I want to see the minister responsible doing something so that we can crack down the list of some of these people who are deliberately failing the goodwill of government. If we do not do anything, then even other projects will also just go on like that because they know nothing can happen. So it is my prayer that we bring these people on record.
Thank you. Honorable Aisha.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, Butambala's district is one of the very poor districts in Buganda. Unfortunately, we have not benefited from the 4-acre plan that was initiated by government because majority of the people do not actually have the 4 acres. The proximity of us to the city makes us having very small pieces of land. Neither have we benefited from the 1-acre plan I have had. We are known for 2 products. We are known for Mailungi, which was outlawed recently, and we are also known for ginger, which is only grown in 1 parish. Unfortunately, there's no effort even to add value on this ginger. We cannot eat it. It's only the Kenyans that come and buy from us whenever they want. So many times, the market fluctuates up and down as to the interest of Kenyans. Fortunately, we have a maize mill that was given by government to one of the parishes called Chelima. We are also disadvantaged in a way that that maize mill was not given power. It's been lying there for many years. I'll be able to submit to you. We have not benefited also from the ADB program because my people cannot afford it, the 25%. It is there on books, but not many people actually have benefited from that program because when you say people cost share, they don't have anything to give. My humble prayer to the Honorable Minister, can we help the people of Butambala? Because we are too poor to fit in the 4-acre. The 1 acre has not come to us. The ADB has not helped us. No value addition program has benefited us as of yet.
Thank you, Honorable Repe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to add my voice also to thank God. This is a real testament that the prayers that I normally
UBC, inspiring Uganda. Up next,